Now we're live, everybody. Where was I seeing this? Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. We are getting our chair back and then we will start the meeting. Thank you.
It's immediately made. And the convenience of the just not living here.
Things I promised.
I know. Just kidding.
Was that-
Memorized it.
Yeah, you totally, every.
Yeah, from-
Yep, it's on that site. So what this is now, the pictures, so I'm doing a project down there.
All right, should we get started?
This is an artifact that I wrote for this, and I already found
Mhm.
this straight
Yeah.
custom. That's some American.
I'd like to call to order. The State Advisory Committee meeting on historic preservation of February 17th, 2023. We're not doing
And
this.
we're gonna get to that after the
Okay.
stuff, so you can just. do it, or- That's okay.
Yes.
Well,
We have Nicole Fox giving us a presentation.
Katie Henry.
Just kidding, Katie Henry. Thank you, Katie Henry. Pull out my own agenda here. Yeah. On the economic impacts and value of Oregon's heritage organizations and events report. Katie, we'll turn it over to you.
I mean, I would much rather Nicole give this. And I'll try and be quick because I know you guys are very behind. So I will go ahead and share my screen if you don't, as long as I have that ability. Is that okay, Robert?
I think so.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Let's begin. I'm Katie Henry. I'm the Oregon Heritage Commission Coordinator. The Oregon Heritage Commission is one of the other committees or commissions located under the Oregon Heritage umbrella. And they focus a lot on statewide partnerships and trying to identify opportunities and challenges to move heritage work forward for anyone doing heritage preservation efforts. And so one of the main things that the commission has been working on is something called the Sharing the Value of Heritage Toolkit. And really, the impetus behind it is that people doing the work, such as yourselves, museums, historical societies, we know it's important. We're in it. We're doing the work. They're doing the work. When asked why it's important, you just want to say it just is. How could you not understand this? And so oh, now you're recording it? Oh no. And so what this toolkit does is provide the data and some of the messaging to be able to tell people exactly why it's important, and to bring it to the attention to the public, strengthen the public perception, try and encourage more investment in heritage efforts and potential funding opportunities, and really really have the words to say why this work is important and valuable to Oregon, to communities, to people. So yeah, and when we get to the end, if I've gone through this quickly enough, I'll show you exactly where to find all the tools currently in the toolkit, but know that it's still being added to all the time. One of the most recent additions is the Economic Impacts and Value of Oregon's Heritage Organizations and Events Report. It's a very long title. Just a couple of things before I hop in to the data, which there's a lot of it, of course, economic impact stuff. This report was a bit of a moving target in how to isolate what to examine the economic impact of. For the sake of this report, it's more narrow than I think we originally intended, but there's still opportunity to examine other aspects of heritage work in the future. So I want to say that out loud. So it focused on historical societies, libraries, museums, and heritage tradition events. And for those who are not familiar with this designation, it is an event that has been happening at least annually for at least 50 years or longer. And there, at the time of this report, I think there were 26 heritage tradition events. We recently added one, so it'll soon to be 27. And so that's the event portion of this title. I just want to be clear about what events were included in this report. Also, in terms of the data, a lot of it depended on being able to look at 990 tax forms, and a lot of our heritage organizations in Oregon are volunteer run and may not bring in enough income to trigger that form. And so that limits a little bit of who could be included in the analysis when that's one of the main pieces of what the data they analyzed. They also used some Placer AI software, which is cell phone related. We'll talk a little bit about that later on, and some reports from Dean Runyon and Associates, who collect a lot of data related to tourism in Oregon. And this data came from 2019, pre-pandemic. I think that's also an important piece to note. And I'll be perfectly blunt. There are a lot of numbers, but getting the numbers is important. And then how those numbers are used, which we'll talk about in the communications tool, is really the biggest piece of this. So bear with me as I go through the numbers to get to the communication tool on how those numbers can be used. So directly with those analyzed, the organizations analyzed, heritage organizations directly support 1,600 employees, but indirectly through purchase of goods and services, that number of jobs that heritage organization supports goes up to 2,147. With $77.7 million in supported labor income. And kind of a big number, I think, to remember if you walk away is this $196 million in total economic activity during 2019. That output word I've learned is kind of the biggest measure of economic impact. So I would say if there's a number you could walk away with, that is one of them, $196 million, which I think is an impressive number. So the other piece of this were heritage activities, support tourism. So we have 2 million visitors in 2019 for heritage organizations, with an additional 1 million that the heritage traditions drew in. All 9 regions drew in at least 50,000 visitors. The regions that we use are similar to the Travel Oregon regions. And actually there's a map on the other slide here in a minute that will show you how those regions break down a little bit. And 6 regions drew more than 175,000 each. There is a diagram here on this slide that you can look at some of those definitions related to economic impact terms and how they factor into all of this. Just some questions I had for the people who did the report is how do grants factor into this? Which is, I think, a piece of, for those who weren't included in the report, this is an important piece for them because they get grants too. They just may not be enough to trigger those 990s, but they get grant money, and grant money is money from outside the region. For example, our grants or Oregon Cultural Trust grants, statewide funds that wouldn't necessarily be coming into their region if it wasn't for that organization applying for the grant. So I think that to me is a takeaway I had, an aha moment on why that grant number is important when looking at your data. And then spending, heritage tourism spending, 137 million in 2019. And then of course, heritage tourism supports jobs and 55 million in labor income. And then the tourism spending generated 3.2 million in state and local taxes. So there you also get a breakdown of the regions in the state and direct spending by visitors in each of those regions. And I'll show you where you can find this report if you want to get into this data and dive into it in great detail. But some of the other things included in the report, it was in two parts. The economic impact and data piece was the first part, but focusing on the fact that there are pieces of this story that can't be measured. And I think I would say everybody in this room knows that, right? There's social, there's cultural value, there's different kinds of value that don't just equate to a dollar, and arguably are more than that. So are more important than that. And this report did a good job of touching on that through some highlights and spotlights that they did. For example, Oregon Black Pioneers is a statewide entity. They don't have a physical place that like a museum, but they do partner with different museums around the state and provide exhibits that draw in visitors to those organizations. But they're providing a value. They certainly are valuable in many different ways. And then for me, this is the most critical piece of one of the outputs, if you will, to use an economic impact term of this report and this process is the communications tool. We have tried very hard and so far been successful, I think, with coupling a communications tool with the data being produced from a report. Because to us, that's the most important part. Yes, we have the data, but how do you talk about the data is just, there's sometimes some disconnect on how to do that. So this communication tool that I'm going to show you really quickly, because I know you're running behind, focuses on where and how to share the report, offers ways to calculate individual and or regional impact, and consideration for other types of impact that your organization may have, and offers examples of messaging. So let me get out of this. And I'm going to show you where all this lives. Okay, so go to OregonHeritage.org. Here's our website. If you go under Engage and Advocate down here, you'll see Cultural Impact Tools. You click on that. And ideally, it pops up faster than it did just now. Well, you could pause and look at the preservation plan and the heritage plan while you're going down the page here to the Sharing the Value of Heritage Toolkit. That was a shameless plug. And some of the previous tools we've done are the message platform kind of formula, if you will, to help people put together stories. We found that stories connecting personally via stories is a really good way of engaging folks in the mission and vision of your organization and the impact you have. Then we've implemented that platform into a cultural value of heritage flyer, again, to show folks examples of the stories that could be created using the platform. We have the cultural value of heritage through volunteers, study and messaging platform, and then the disaster resilience messaging guide as well. And then if you go to economic impact tools, this is where the report I just went through lives. So you can see the full report here. And then this is the communications tool that I will briefly go through. I will tell you, I was very excited. I learned of someone actually referring to this report in their annual appeal. I just learned about this a couple days ago, and I was really excited about that. And in fact, I was talking on the phone with her, and she said, "Oh, I was doing my annual appeal, and I came across some kind of report that was hit at the right time for me to just take a piece of it and put it in there." And when I dug a little further, I found out that it was in fact this report. And so that made me really happy that we actually have a real-time example of it being used in a really great way through an annual appeal. So where to share the report, there's some ideas there. And then if you recall me saying that a lot of the organizations are volunteer run and may not feel like they have some of those pieces or be a part of some of those data points in the report. This is how we're gonna help them figure out that they do have an impact and what that is. And so there's a table here where they can calculate their own economic footprint through, here's the impact, and here's the report findings, and then here's how they can find the data over here, questions for your organization in their own organization, looking at their own finances and impact. And then down here are questions to draw out the other types of value that these organizations do have outside of economic, just to make them think about that as well, because that's a critical piece of the story also. There is also, well, give me a second here. There is a piece of the tool that involves a formula for folks to be able to calculate what their actual value is. I'm gonna try and bring it over from a previous presentation I had, since it's missing right now. Because I just did a website update, and that's what happens when you do website updates, things go missing. So if you see here, they created a formula for how to calculate the individual organization's contribution to Oregon's economy. There's one piece of this that is not entirely realistic for all of the folks that we serve, and that's the fact that they used an example of an organization that had a $2.1 million gross revenue in here. So let's say we have an organization with $50,000 gross revenue. They plug their numbers in there. It's not going to be as super impacting as you would want it to be, right? But what I would like to see folks do is band together regionally and get their gross revenue for several types of organizations doing heritage work in the region, cement that partnership and regional impact, and plug those numbers into the formula, and hopefully have a bigger voice when they're talking to stakeholders and decision makers in the community. So I think it's helpful in that respect. And really, that's a piece that we really encourage folks to do, is talk to each other and create a bigger voice in the region when they're looking for funding or things of that nature, or projects or grant funding. So yeah, I think I sped through that, man. That was a speed report that I just gave all of you. Do you have any questions? Oh, I can't hear you, Robert. I think Jody's computer has the owl camera and it's muted, so I don't know if that needs to be unmuted or not.
Are we good now?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I was just letting you know, you have another 10 minutes if you want to talk about other things. I know you're kind of rushing through things.
Well,
To
I
be
think
nice
Curry's
to
going to
us.
talk about,
We're gonna postpone that, so just letting you know, you don't have to, like, I'm not saying make up 10 more minutes worth of things, but if
I
there was-
mean, I'm sure I can find 10 minutes of data to talk to you guys about. I guess what I would, if you don't have questions, one thing I would consider taking a minute to think about if something comes to mind is how might we, when I was reading this report today and I was looking at that indirect impact of goods and services, it made me think about historic preservation projects and restoration, and what those numbers might look like, or just visits, if visits to historic sites and places is another piece we might think about in the future. So if there's, outside of organizations in this report and the heritage traditions, if there's thoughts from committee members on how we might, what we might look at the economic impact of in other aspects of heritage preservation, and if you have considerations for that.
Robert, is this case presentation something you can send out to us?
Yeah, we will definitely make available a copy of all of this. We'll send you an email with a link to the website with where all of it is. So you can study it, ask more questions.
Right.
And I did have a question. Katie, can you hear me? It's Mark Scott.
Mhm.
So the numbers sound impressive, thousands of jobs and millions of dollars, but is there any way to get some kind of like comparison? Like, how does that rate compare to other kinds of like economic activities and drivers and things? It's kind of hard to think of it in terms of its impact without a comparison to something else, like wine tourism or, or
I
something.
don't know. I don't know if I'd want to do that. I mean, I would worry that I'm sure there is, but I just would worry that if you compare it to something as big as that, it might diminish it a little bit. There is maybe arts and culture. One of the, in my opinion, one of the benefits of the toolkit is that sometimes heritage is lumped in with a lot of different things. And so these reports very particularly pulls it out of some of the general categories of reports. And that I think that tends, personally, I'll speak for myself, I think that tends to happen with arts and culture reports that happen. So it was kind of on purpose to try and pull it out of something larger. And I don't know if that's answering your question, but maybe those are the two fields we could look at for comparison's sake.
Yeah, thank you.
Looks like John has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Katie. I had a question, and it was along the lines of what you just said. I used to work with Americans for the Arts, and they have their big arts and economic prosperity reports. I was just wondering if you had looked at other templates, but I think you're totally right. And maybe one of the advantages that Oregon has is that this work is in a heritage office in state parks, and it's sort of the recreation model with heritage and not necessarily under the Arts Council for the state. And that would be the arts and economic development model. And so I like where you're going with thinking about maybe a deeper dive. And this was a really good dive already, but a deeper dive with audience tracking. But you probably have already seen some of the Americans for the Arts templates, and maybe there's something in there to help with some of the key questions for audience tracking and those types of things, but just geared towards preservation.
Yeah, the visitor tracking. Yeah, that is the one major challenge for heritage organizations, even just marking how many people come through the door is just a big challenge, and something we think about a lot, and how to encourage that. And also there's just some cool things that folks do with surveys about, oh, did you come visit? Thank you for visiting today. Did you eat lunch in town? Did you shop in the main street? Did you take public transportation? Are you staying in a hotel? But trying to build up the capacity in the organizations to get to that point where they're able to do that is really where we need to kind of figure out how to plug into that technical assistance route.
Right, especially dividing the everyday versus we just did the survey during the big yearly festival, which is an outlier for the amount of people that actually go to these events and these projects.
Right. Oh, Julie.
Hi, thank you for presenting that information. So you may have said something and I missed it, but did you like do an e-blast to people on different lists to let them know about this
Yeah,
toolkit?
this was released back in November.
Okay.
And we need to obviously market it continuously at strategic points during the year. So we'll be working on that. Oregon Main Street's doing a good job with their impact report of, they have a social media plan in place for every month to comment on it. So I'm hoping maybe I could echo, rip off and duplicate is the Main Street tagline. So I'm gonna do that with Sherry. But yeah, so it was released and it went out on the Heritage News. We got a couple reporters interested, and then just usual outlets is where it went. And
Okay.
I'll be talking to Oregon Cultural Trust about it next week, I think, at the update, and then talking to all the different committees and commissions we've done as well. So yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but please, when Robert sends it out, share it out with all of your networks.
Okay.
If you would, it would be really helpful to get it into the hands of folks.
Yeah. Like the historical societies, they've already been probably contacted.
Yeah,
And-
so our Heritage News, gosh, I think it has like 1,300 folks on it.
Okay.
And as a reminder, as I'm sure you're aware, we just serve just all the aspects of heritage preservation. It's huge, the spectrum. So that 1,300 could be from all over that spectrum. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. I just one more point I would say is that data for the area was super interesting because it looks at, we gave them GIS points of where, for example, the traditions, where they were located, physical addresses of where they were located, and dates, exact dates of in 2019 of the event. And then they look at all the cell phone data of people in that area at the time, which was simultaneously awesome and creepy at the at the same time to have that amount of access to data. So it would be interesting, I think, to see if that could be done with historic sites and places, which is outside, can include some museums and historical societies if they are located in historic places, but would really expand, I think, that visitor number immensely. So hopefully we can do that in the future. And if you think of anything, pass it on to Robert, and we can see where it fits in our plans as we're moving forward. All right, Robert, do you think is there any more questions in the room? Because Jody has it muted, so if somebody's asking a question, I can't hear it.
Okay, I think no one has more questions. We were trying to say thank you, so, for the record.
Sure you were. I wouldn't know if that's true, but
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thanks,
All right.
Katie. Bye.
So we're gonna postpone Kirby's presentation, so we can just the 1 o'clock agenda item, we can just. bring it
Okay.
up.
All right. So for the record, we are skipping over what's up downtown.
Read the report.
Read the
I'll come back.
report
It's
from
super awesome.
Curry. Yes, is it right there? Read the
That's my
report. This is Curry's copy, but don't take it. Read the one that's set out. Till next time, or when do you think? Okay. All right. So we are. Sorry, the leg of the table. Want to give a general welcome to the public. All right, got one person in the audience. This is good. Good. Okay. Stage lights. I don't think I've ever been on stage. The State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation is a 9-member committee appointed by the governor to review documentation of all state of Oregon nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. The committee meets 3 times a year to review nominations brought forward by the State Historic Preservation Office. The committee also advises the State Historic Preservation Office on matters of program, policy, and budget. At this time, I'd like our commissioners in the room to introduce themselves, and then we'll do the ones who are online. Start at the end.
Hi, I'm Jackie Chung and from the Dalles, Oregon.
I'm Mark Tedesco from Medford, Oregon.
I'm Steve Martin, Fort Connell, Oregon.
And I'm Heidi Slaybaugh from Bend, Oregon. Staff, you want to introduce yourselves too?
You want to go to the online?
Okay, we'll go to the online commissioner. Let's see, Julie, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Julie Osborne and currently living in Birkenfeld, but moving to Astoria. So I wish I could be with you all today, but here I am.
Julie, thanks for joining us. John? Oh, can't hear you, John.
Really?
No,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, okay, got it. Sorry, it looked unmuted. John Arroyo, I'm in Eugene, Oregon.
Do we have Gwendolyn on?
Don't believe yet.
Are there any other commissioners on? Okay. And staff, would you like to introduce yourselves now?
All right, my name is Chrissy Curran. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
And I'm Robert O'Gean, I'm the National Register Program Coordinator.
And I'm Jody Lucas. I'm the admin support for Heritage and SHPO.
I'm Nicole Fox. I'm agency support for Central Park Services Network Security. I'm Curry Gill, the grants and outreach manager.
Oh, one's connecting. Let her get connected to audio. So missing today is Dr. Beckham, excuse me. And then is Ian joining us? Okay. See Gwen's pretty picture. We always know that's Joseph, their enterprise up there. Gwen, can you hear us yet? For the record, Gwendolyn Trice, tongue-tied today, is connecting in virtually as well. Are there any administrative remarks? Well, we had a tour of the building, so we know where the restrooms are. There are drinks out in the concessions, how appropriate. And then
We went over fire exits and things on the tour.
we did, yes. If there are attendees, they moved on me. Who wish to speak, we have testimony cards somewhere. that We'll have you fill out, okay, thank you.
Recording in progress.
See how many? Okay. So are there any issues of interest or concern to the public that are not on the agenda?
You don't have any of this there.
There's Gwen. Gwen, you want to say hi?
Hey everyone. Sorry I can't be there on purpose. I can't be in person today. Good to see everyone again after our last meeting.
Great. Thanks for joining us.
I miss your faces.
So approval of the agenda for the current meeting. Well, we have one revision.
You need to revise the motion from that.
I actually make a motion. Can somebody make a motion to revise the agenda, to approve the revised agenda?
I so move.
Second.
Perfect, thank you. And approval of the minutes from the previous meeting. Did we get the minutes?
They were in the packets that were sent.
I didn't get the minutes.
They're also available on the web link, so we can send those back out.
Yeah, they're not in.
They didn't make it
Yeah.
on there, okay, then we'll get you a copy of those.
Okay,
Thank you. I got that open and got a chance to look at them.
so you might be the only one who looked at the minutes.
Well, I don't have any questions or issues with them either.
So then, Robert, can we just postpone the approval of the minutes to the next meeting? Okay. Do I need a motion to that?
I can make that motion
To
to
suspend the review
defer, yes,
approval of the minutes to the next meeting?
meeting, yeah.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? I don't see any hands up online. Okay, thank you. But any issues of interest or concern to the public that are not on the agenda? I already asked for that.
You did ask for it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Setting up.
Yeah.
How about an update from the deputy state sheriff?
All right, I can give you that. Well, I'm going to start out by saying that Eastmoreland Historic District is officially listed in the National Register. We'll just move on from there. I'm going to remind you all of the historic preservation plan for the state of Oregon. Typically it's a 5-year update that we need to do for the National Park Service. And we received permission to do a 10-year plan. So Ian Johnson is busy working away on a draft of that plan. We did some significant public outreach and are sorting and sifting through that. We're looking to have a draft out for public comment, hopefully by this spring. And I really urge you to take part in that exercise. That plan is for all of us. It's not a work plan, annual work plan for the SHPO or Oregon Heritage. It's a plan for how all the heritage organizations in the state can work together. So it's from every level of government. And the public. So it's going to be not something we want to sit and collect dust. It will be something very useful. That's our hope. Curry was going to go over this wonderful report that we just published on our website, What's Up Downtown, and that's a playbook for the rehabilitation and re-engagement of second story buildings in downtowns, in historic downtowns, second floor. We know that there's a ton of potential at that level in most communities in the state. So what are the obstacles and what are the opportunities? especially now that we're really in a housing crisis. So that we're going to get an update at our next meeting in detail. So stay tuned for that. It is on our website as well. Sherry Stewart just issued the 2022 Main Street Annual Report. So I urge you to take a look at that. That is a heartwarming experience to look at the Main Street Annual Report. It always is. To see in real numbers the impact that program is having all over the state. We saw some already this morning in Coos Bay. So we will continue to emphasize that program. And in fact, I'll just sort of move to our legislative update. I helped deliver the agency budget to the legislative. It's the Natural Resources Subcommittee of the Joint Ways and Means at the legislature in person, which was for the first time in 3 years. So that was really nice to be back. And our agency budget includes $20 million for the Main Street Revitalization Grant Fund. So we're hoping that they agree that that is also an important piece of what our agency does. And it also includes in a larger IT package some money to take forward a plan for a centralized database for all the information that we have at Oregon Heritage. So we have several distinct databases that we've been using and building and using over the course of 15 years. And we are hoping to consolidate all of that in a centralized database with a web-based, GIS-based user interface that will make it easier to be for agencies to track their projects. It'll make it easier for consultants to find historic resources and project areas. It'll make it easier to avoid sites. It will cut down on workload for the staff and keep things transparent and organized and safe, protected information for tribes and other important archaeological sites. So it's a big, it's an initiative we've been conjuring for the last 10 years or so, and hopefully this is as far as we've gotten on the project. So hopefully this will become a reality in the next few years. I'll keep you updated. There are several special assessment bills out there, and none of them are our bills. These are bills that a couple of them these are sponsored by members of the legislature, and a couple of them seek to deal with the recalculation of what happens when a person comes off, an owner comes off special assessment. Those two bills are actually related not just to our special assessment, but to the many special assessment programs that the state runs. And then there is a simple extension bill that would essentially extend the sunset. That program is due to sunset this year if it's not extended. And then the fourth one, I think, has a lot of potential. It's a study bill for the Legislative Revenue Office to conduct a study about historic preservation incentives. And it mentions specifically state tax credit and direct grants as potential incentives that that group will look into should that pass. And just a note, as you'll notice, Ian Johnson isn't here today, but he will be back at our next meeting. He took a medical leave of absence, and now we've got him squirreled away, busily working on the preservation plan. He will resume his regular duties in a month or so. Are there any questions for me? All right.
Thank you. Any other news from SHPO office?
That's. Thank you.
So are we ready to get into the National Register nomination reviews? I'm the only one who's freezing in here. I've been cold all day.
Those are the light.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Okay, so we have our first National Register nomination. That's for the Dr. John D. Marshall Building in Portland, Multnomah County. And the National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of district sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,000 properties located in all 36 counties of Oregon are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include over 150 historic districts. I was going to add one, but that one you mentioned is not a historic district. In order to qualify for listing in the National Register, a property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important at the local, state, or national level. A property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria identified by the National Park Service. Those criteria are association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, association with a preeminent individual, displaying distinctive characteristics of a time, of a type, period, method of construction, or work of a master, or contains the potential to yield important information on prehistory or history. The review process is limited to the consideration of these criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for review and listing. Nominations not meeting the listing criteria are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. Are there any committee members who have conflicts of interest about this application? Any committee members online? No conflicts? Really go to public testimony, or do you do your report first? I'm going to turn it over to staff for the introduction of the project, the nomination.
The first nomination on the agenda for the committee is the Dr. John D. Marshall Building in Portland, Multnomah County. The John D. Marshall Building is located on North Williams Avenue in the Elliott neighborhood. Elliott's among several inner north and northeast Portland neighborhoods, collectively referred to as Lower Elmina. The building's primary facade fronts North Williams Avenue, which is a one-lane, one-way northbound street lined by sidewalks, a bike lane, and street parking. The period of significance of the nomination spans 1952 to 1979, from the construction of the building all the way through the end of its association with the Portland chapter Black Panther Party. Throughout this period, the building housed a series of healthcare resources serving the local Black community and other residents of the city's neighborhoods. Criterion consideration G is also addressed in the nomination, as from 1970 to 79, the building was site of the Black Panther Party's no-cost community dental and medical clinics. They were organized by members of the Portland Panthers and staffed by Black and white volunteer doctors and dentists. No other extant building is known to have offered a similarly diverse range of healthcare services to Black Portlanders during that period of significance. Although it's not the only extant resource in Portland associated with the Black Panther community healthcare programs, it represents the longest and most significant association. The nomination also argues that the building meets the requirements for the African American resources in Portland, Oregon MPD. Also the general registration requirements, as well as the property type registration requirements. Those include retaining association with Portland's African American history and significance through several contexts outlined in the MPD, and those are context 2, business and employment, and context 7, civil rights. The nomination also explains that it retains integrity related under the MPD, it belongs under the period of significance, and is also at the level of significance for local, which aligns with the characterization that the majority of resources will be eligible at that local level. As far as property type specific, the nomination draws its significance from context 2, business and employment, and context 7, civil rights again, and those fit well within those contexts, as well as the property type specific requirements for the aspects of it. The nomination is making a case for our criterion A under the areas of ethnic heritage, as well as health and medicine, for the long association with Black medical professionals and healthcare programs that serve Portland's Black community. The buildings commissioned by Dr. John D. Marshall, who was one of fewer than 5 Black physicians practicing in Portland during the early post-war period, and Dr. Marshall owned the property throughout the entire period of significance. It's also being nominated for social history for its association with the community healthcare programs that were operated by the Portland chapter of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. As far as alterations, the building has experienced some alterations to the primary facade since the end of the period of significance. That includes the reconfiguration of the inset entryway and the replacement of fenestration and signage. The interior of the building was largely reconfigured in the early 1980s, kind of the same time as those larger exterior alterations. Nearly all of the interior finishes that date to the period of significance have been removed. However, the nomination points out that the building does retain aspects of location, setting, feeling, and association that all relate to the period of significance. And all of those aspects are outlined in the MPD as the ones that the MPD says are likely to have and definitely needs to have to meet the requirements. For the committee today, then, the discussion here is the nomination adequately documented to make the case for criterion A under the areas of significance for ethnic heritage, health, medicine, as well as social history? Does it meet the MPD requirements? And along with, does it have the integrity to reflect that significance? As far as comments received for this property, we did receive comments from the CLG, and those were forwarded to me by email. That included their recommendation for this nomination. Their comments, they had several, they mostly consisted of wording and technical revisions, areas for additional context, and kind of some other ideas for some parts of the nomination as well. So does the committee have any questions for me?
Is there any public testimony for this?
We do have several members online that have signed up who want to share. So we can start with Caitlin. One of her, and then we also have Bobby and Bernie. I would do Caitlin first and is Kim Moreland on as well. So why don't you allow her to talk as well? And Katie, can you see if your mic's working?
Yes, is this working?
Okay, yes, there we go.
Perfect. Okay, so as Robert said, my name is Caitlin Ewers, and I'm an architectural historian and architectural resources group in Portland. Along with Kim Moreland, I'm a co-preparer of the nomination for the Dr. John D. Marshall Building, and I'd like to say a few more words about the property's relationship to the African American Resources in Portland, Oregon, NPD, which was recommended by this committee and accepted by the National Park Service in 2020. And I'd like to talk about how nominating the property under the MPD facilitated our context development, comparative analysis, and integrity discussion. So as Robert explained, the Dr. Marshall Building qualifies for nomination under the African American Resources in Portland MPD because it meets the general and property specific requirements outlined in Section F. Specifically, it's located in Portland city limits. It has a significant association under criterion A in the ethnic heritage Black area of significance. It retains integrity of location, feeling, and association, and it demonstrates importance through context explored in Section E of the NPD. So nominating the Dr. Marshall Building under the NPD allowed us to take a more streamlined approach to the first part of Section 8 of the nomination, as a lot of that foundational context is already explained in the NPD, like the history and development of the Black business district along North Williams, the roots of economic disparities between Black and white Portlanders, and the context for the development of Black power organizations in the 1970s are all covered by the NPD. And so we leaned on that foundation, summarizing that information and then building more detailed and specific contexts in the nominations surrounding Black healthcare professionals and the Black Panther Party. Nomination under the NPD also informed our comparative analysis, which focuses on other places associated with Black healthcare professionals, of which there are very few, and also places associated with the Portland chapter of the Black Panther Party. The NPD also facilitated this nomination by establishing that integrity of location, feeling, and association are of a comparatively higher importance than integrity of setting, design, materials, and workmanship. So the Dr. Marshall Building's physical integrity, as you saw, has been reduced by later alterations, particularly on the primary facade and in the interior. But we argue that it retains enough characteristic design elements and enough original or compatible materials to visually tie it to that 1950s through 1970s period of significance and to its historic use as a community resource. So I'm thinking particularly about those large windows on the primary facade. They may not be the original windows, but they're still like the same kind of feature that engages with pedestrians. The same goes for that articulated entry set back under a protective soffit to welcome people in. Again, not the exact same entryway, but the same sort of design element. And the lobby space in the interior is pretty much intact to its original size. The building also maintains a very high degree of integrity of location and setting, and through its continued ties to the Black business community, it's still owned by a local Black entrepreneur. It's owned by the Fosters who run the Scanner newspaper, and it's currently used as a funeral home. So in this way, it really maintains a high degree of integrity of feeling and association for its connection with Black entrepreneurs. If you have any questions about the nomination for the Dr. Marshall Building or it's about its relationship to the NPD, Kim and I would be happy to try to answer them. I think Kim is speaking right after me. And I just wanted to say thank you for considering this nomination. Thank you to Robert for your guidance. And thank you to the City of Portland and to the Fosters for making it possible.
Thank you, Caitlin. Any direct questions for Caitlin this time? We want to turn it over to Kim. Kim, we'll turn it over to you if you want to say anything about the nomination. You can state your name and your position.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. There you are. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you. I think I clicked the wrong button. But my name is Kimberly Moreland. I'm the owner of Moreland Resource Consultant. It was such an honor and a pleasure to be part of this project. My main role was helping with research and also community engagement. And Robert and Caitlin did a wonderful job outlining the nomination. I just wanted to add, besides the Black Panthers Association, there was a significant association with a recycling of a medical building, and that was significant because of previous highway construction and also other government-sponsored projects that displaced many of these medical offices during this time. And so I just wanted to say that throughout this period, the building housed a series of healthcare resources serving the local Black community and other residents of the city of Lower Albina neighborhood. Dr. Marshall, as Robert explained, was one of the only Black doctors practicing in Portland in the early post-war period. And he operated a medical clinic from the building's main office space that is addressed 2337 North Williams between 1952 and the early 1960s. And most importantly, he leased one of the buildings to two smaller commercial spaces to Dr. Richard Neal, a Black pharmacist between 1952 and 1955, and then to Dr. Samuel Brown, a Black dentist between 1955 and at least to the early 1960s. And in 1970, Dr. Marshall, as you know, lent the building to the local chapter of the Black Panther Association. And on that note, I just also want to say that this nomination will probably be Oregon's first nomination associated with the Black Panther movement. And there are several historic nominations that are being considered throughout the United States that have association with the Black Panther Party. And so that would be a really great honor for Oregon to recognize that period of history. And as Caitlin stated, although it's no longer used as a healthcare clinic, it is owned by local Black entrepreneurs. And so, and I really very thankful for this nomination and the unique role that it plays. And the history of the medical community is relatively unknown in Portland as well as the state of Oregon. And it has such a significant role in serving the needs of Portland's small African-American community before and after World War II. And Dr. Unthank records was so valued during after the Vanport flood that they used his records to help identify survivors during the Vanport flood. So I really look forward to this nomination, digging a little approval of this nomination, digging a little deeper into that history of Black healthcare professionals. But thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kimberly. Are there any questions for Kimberly? And does Mr. Bobby Foster wish to? Oh, we've got two. Bobby and Bernie. I can't see that far. Do either of the Fosters wish to speak?
This is Bobby Foster. I just wanted to say that I concur with the testimony that's already been given, and that I am really grateful that this nomination has gone to the state commission, and would encourage you to approve it. I do feel that the Marshall building is important and not only for all the reasons previously stated, but because of the also the historical significance of an African-American physician building and operating out of his own building. I think that is something that is a historical fact that more people need to know and would be valuable for them to know. So I think that the contributions of Blacks to the history of Portland and the state, I think it's very important. And I'm grateful that this is has been the Marshall Building has been nominated, and I thank you for consideration.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Provide testimony for the project?
That is everybody that signed up.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will turn it over to Gwendolyn to give, as the lead reviewer, a short presentation or discussion, lead the discussion of the nomination.
Well, hi, thank you. I so appreciate it. And I think that typically I wrap it up that there's everyone gives input before I do. I'm happy to do it first if that's what the process is for today.
That'll work too.
Did you say my name?
No, but we can start with Julie.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, yeah, this is a great nomination. I remember when we had a tour of the neighborhood and we walked by this building. And so obviously the history is solid. There's a little bit question about the integrity, but I think it is a simply designed building. It's 1950s design all the way. And our kind of threshold, I think, is if the builder of the building saw it today, would they recognize it as what they built? And I think I would say yes to that. That would be my theory, that it retains sufficient integrity for the original person who built it to identify with it. So I think it's a great nomination.
Great, thank you, Julie. John, you want to go next?
Sure. I think this is I remember passing this to on the first tour I was on with the committee. I would say this is a really good example of like the everyday buildings that I think don't have, and I know this is not applying under the architectural significance, but I think the more we see of these types of buildings, especially related to the MPD, makes all sense for me in terms of why we did the MPD or why that got approved. We didn't do it, the community did it. And a lot of people on this phone call, but I think it just resonates with the importance of how that set a guidepost for that. I wanted to say just two things on going back to the actual form, like the first page, and there are a few other areas where certain things aren't marked. And that may have already been caught, but section 3 and 4 of the first page. And if you look through that, so before it goes, if it moves forward to the National Register, just checking that, I think maybe it was held till the end. And then I know that the Lucas Burke book, he was a student at University of Oregon in history, and that's been cited, but he also had a dissertation that led to that thesis that led to that book. And so if the nomination writers are looking for that, you can find his thesis, The Model City, on the Oregon Scholar Bank's website, University of Oregon.
Thank you, John. Jackie?
Yes, I also remember seeing this building and on our tour, and I think it really does represent an important aspect of Portland's Black community, and through its many years of serving the community, healthcare needs, and it was a great context to read about how the free health clinics were established by the Portland Black Panthers. And I would have liked to see some historic photos of the building, but I'm assuming that those were looked for and not available, because that would have been interesting, because the architectural drawings were a little bit difficult to see how it has been altered over time, even though the description is well described. And I do agree that although there have been alterations in the building, the MPD really does, spell out how to evaluate those kinds of alterations with the integrity of location, setting, and feeling.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add other than to express his appreciation for those who put this together and for the nomination.
Stephen?
I had one comment that, well, let's back up a little bit. I think that, I remember the MPD and of course read through this. And I think that in terms of meeting the National Register criteria, criteria A, I think it more than does that. One thing I did happen to notice in the contextual part was that, and this has to do between when the NPD was considered, which was a couple of years ago, and now. I ran into a webinar. This was an NPS webinar about a year ago. A professor, which university, but he did quite a presentation on Southern migration and how it changed much of the rest of the country, including the West. And this has relevance for Oregon because in 1940, the state's population hit 1 million for the first time. But by 1950, it had almost doubled, which is the only time in Oregon's history that's ever happened. California, not to use that, I know the dangers of comparison, but that's what we do in this state. California from mid-19th century on to about 1930 had doubled its population every decade. So what that means is, well, where's this migration coming from? And the study's answer that I became aware of about a year ago, but it was largely from the southern states. And so it has a lot to do with the relevance and especially on the front end of this period of significance, that migration not only included and resulted in quite an increase in Black population, but also the white population. So some of the more, I think, things that kind of hit you in the face about racism may be perhaps a product of that migration, on both ends. So it's one of these things to just be sort of aware of, because I think in the nomination we get a little bit too focused without a lot of qualifiers on a few of these things. When you think, I once went through the WPA guide, End of the Trail, and figured out, okay, what was the Black population about 1940? Very small, and so you didn't have these obvious, maybe as much expressions of redlining and other things that tended to compress people into certain parts of the city, which now, due to gentrification, we see all that moving east to Gresham. So I think it's one of these things that can be pointed out, whether it's in the notes or maybe even in the narrative, that much of the dynamic that we see in the face of this building has a lot to do with changes ongoing outside the neighborhood, whether it's Portland or this Oregon in general. Anyway, that's just my thought, because I think that was a weakness in the MPD. We didn't look too much at these population trends and the demographics at larger trends. Enough for that soapbox. Other than that, I liked it and thought that perhaps the architectural drawings could be made a little more clear. Anytime and this happened in at least one other nomination where you have to use a loop or a magnifying glass to see what's even in a newspaper article. I think that hurt the Black Panther article somewhat because it was so small. That's all I have to say. Oh, and one other thing, it was unclear as to what the Black Panthers revenue sources were. I mean, it's great to have a free clinic, but people do have to be paid something if you're staffing the clinic. And I don't know if that was something that's still retrievable in oral history or not.
Comments? Gwen, you turn it back over to you.
Thank you. This has been really a joyful nomination to read. And I was there when we did our walkthrough of the historic neighborhood. And one of the things that really struck me that again, I picked up on some of the notes that other community members had, but one of the things I want to mention is they talked a lot about that Black folks weren't able to like build buildings. They had to occupy buildings and do their changes on those buildings. That was part of the original MPD conversation, is there wasn't an allowance based on the restrictions for being able to have businesses. And so it would make sense that there would be changes over the period of time. And I really appreciate the input and the information that has been put into doing this particular nomination. And I think the only thing that I would point out, I mean, you've gone back and forth and proven, and I want to support what folks have said, but on page 49, and it's maybe not a big deal, but it's another thing. It's like, I don't think I have a big enough magnifying glass to read figure number 11. It shows me a darkened picture with the headline, but I can't get anything from that article. And the biggest thing is the Sears Christmas toys, which is reminiscent as a child, however, not relevant to the MPD. So I was just wondering if that could be brought out more clearly. And I'm sure that people can come and look that up. However, what I also appreciated was there was cross-referencing of the Black Panthers throughout the document. So it helped me understand it, but it was just in itself wasn't as helpful as it could possibly be for potential folks that are going to come in the future, which is what is so exciting to come in, and that this MPD is made readily available for anyone wanting to understand more about the history and the work and the contributions that African-American people made to their community and for their community while dealing with redlining and having your community taken apart and having to continue to restructure that and to build a community unity. And so I just find that this overall was really a strong nomination that I absolutely support.
Thank you, Gwen. Any other discussion topics? I guess I should say something.
Hey, say, what about you?
Right about me. I do think it's a really well-written nomination. There were a couple of things that people have already said that I had picked up on. So, one, filling out the front portion of the nomination, section 3 and 4. I really think there's got to be some way we can try to dig out some historic photos to include in this. And then some of the imagery, as well, Gwen had said, the image on page 49, and I think the floor plans that you had mentioned, kind of make those a little bit larger on the sheet so that we can see them or actually be able to read part of that article, I think are important. I'm always about trying to find those historic photos. So anything, even neighborhood textual photos that I know we have kind of in the MPD, but something that could show some context is helpful. Other than that, I think the nomination was really well written and it should be included. Is there anyone who feels like making a motion?
Quick thing, Heidi, sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, in terms of the photos too, should there be any photos about any of the activities that happen, since this is under the social consideration? That would be important to also include, not just the architectural.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's probably even more important. So good point there. Now, would anybody like to make a motion? Gwen, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, it looks like you're muted, Gwen. Hold on.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, sorry about that. I recommend that this nomination be moved forward to the gatekeeper under criteria A, under the MPD listing for African American properties within from 1952 to 1969, with the recommendations that all the recommendations, so that the information is filled in, I believe 3 and 4, that we get stronger or images for the pages that are showing the article on page 49, and with the design photos. Sorry, I'm not doing this appropriately. The architectural drawings, so they're a little bit more clear for readability, as well as to add images historically of the use of the building and the community that is use of that space. Did I forget anything in my nomination?
I think you got it.
Okay.
So there's a motion.
Second.
Okay. Steve is seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
I
Julie, was it aye? John, yes, and Gwen, yes. We have a recommendation to forward the nomination to the State Historic Preservation Officer for review and recommendation. Or saying the same thing, to the keeper of the National Register.
Oh yeah, I said the gatekeeper.
Of the applicants, that's all right, gatekeeper, keeper, yeah. Perfect, thank you for a very well-written nomination that makes it very easy for us to review. Appreciate it. We have our second nomination for review, which is the Jim Pepper House in Portland. And it's also in Multnomah County. I don't have to read this again?
They don't even read that, but ask them.
Okay, sure. All right. Are there any conflicts of interest? From our city members? No, no, no. Julie, any conflicts of interest?
No.
John?
He said no.
Did you say no? Okay. And Gwen, any conflicts of interest?
None, thank you.
Okay, I can't see everybody on the screen anymore, so thank you for that. I'd like to turn it over to staff for an introduction of the nomination.
All right. So the Jim Pepper House, located in Portland, Oregon, is east of I-205 and just north of I-84 in the Park Roads neighborhood. It's surrounded by mid-20th century residential development. The nomination argues a period of significance beginning in 1949, which is the year that the artist moved to the property with his parents as a young boy, and it ends in 1971, the year the seminal album Pepper's Pow Wow was recorded and released. That period encompasses his early development as a performing artist, as well as his early instruction in traditional Native American music, which he would later incorporate into his jazz and jazz rock fusion compositions. This 22-year span encompasses Pepper's upbringing in the house, his early education in his own heritage, and his first forays into the performing arts, as well as his later development as a jazz musician and composer. As an adult, Pepper returned to the house regularly for weeks or months at a time. He composed several of the tracks on Pepper's Pow Wow with his father, Gilbert, while staying in the house, and he would regularly hold band practice and host notable musicians there when visiting Portland. The Jim Pepper House is under consideration at the local level under criterion B in the areas of ethnic heritage and performing arts for Pepper's significance as an innovator of both jazz rock fusion and world music. Pepper is internationally renowned for his compositions melding popular jazz music with rock, folk, and especially traditional Native American music. He was posthumously granted the Lifetime Musical Achievement Award by First Americans in the Arts in 1999. And he was inducted into the Native American Music Awards Hall of Fame in 2000. Regarding alterations to the property, the nomination notes that the most significant ones that occurred after the period of significance were in 1977, there was a rear addition, and there was a removal of the associated garage, a removal of a rear deck, and some landscaping activities that were related to a 2002 partition of the property. Despite changes to minor interior finishes like paint color, the building's interior organization and most finishes remain largely intact. In particular, the living room where Pepper frequently entertained fellow musicians and wrote music with his father retains original features. So in summary, the nomination that you are considering is making a case for criterion B in the areas of ethnic heritage and performing arts. And then the other thing to consider is whether the integrity of this property reflects that criterion B argument, as well as Jim Pepper's significance. As far as comments received for this nomination, we did not receive any public comments within the required submittal deadline. With our new rule, there's kind of some outline time of when we need to receive comments to be able to provide them to you as a committee. An idea, so it's not last minute and we're handing them to you right now. But we did, after that deadline, did receive comments from the CLG, so we do have those from them, but they're not provided to you. Does the committee have any questions for me related to the nomination?
Could you share the CLG comments to us?
Off the top of my, I don't have them in front of me, but they did recommend it. There weren't any major concerns or revisions that they had. So.
Are there any people who wish to speak?
We do have two individuals that have signed up ahead of time. We have the preparer, Caitlin, again, and Sean Cruz, the owner of the property. There are different figures. Okay, I think Katie can.
Are there any questions of staff about the nomination?
Hi, I think I just got to a
There we go.
panelist. Can you hear me?
Ta-da.
Cool, thanks. So hello again. For the record, my name is Caitlin Ewers, and I'm also the preparer of the nomination for the Pepper House. This was a really incredible project to be involved with because so many people who had a personal relationship with Jim Pepper, who performed with him, who knew and loved him as a family member and as a friend, were able to participate in the nomination through oral history interviews. So Jim Pepper's nephew, James Pepper Henry, who's the vice chair of the Kaw Nation, as well as the executive director of the First Americans Museum in Oklahoma City, shared some stories about his uncle's time at the Pepper House. And he really impressed on me the significance of this place to Pepper's lifelong development as an artist. One thing he told me was that the house was, quote, the center of the universe to Jim Pepper. So this was really his place. This was where he first learned to play saxophone. This is where he spent time with his parents learning about his Kaw and Muskogee Creek heritage. It's where he came back as an adult and practiced with his band. And it's where he always returned in times of emotional turmoil or exhaustion for a spiritual and creative reset. Other people who shared their stories with this nomination were the musicians who played with him, both in Portland and across the country, including Gordon Lee, Ron Steen, Tom Grant, and Bob Moses. And they all shared some critical evaluations of his sound, which was really important in establishing in Section 8 just how revolutionary and talented Jim Pepper was from the perspective of his peers. I also spoke to his lifelong friend, Steve Riddle, who offered some insight into Pepper's early influences and his relationship with his parents, and also some personal anecdotes about his kind of mischievous nature growing up and his fierce love for his family and his passion for life, which is so prominent in his music. I also had the opportunity to interview two other Indigenous artists for this project, Ed Edmo, Shoshone Bannock, who's a local poet and storyteller, and Sandy Osawa Nakaw, who is an award-winning filmmaker in Seattle and who produced a documentary about Jim Pepper in the 1990s. So the context provided by these narrators, supplemented by recorded interviews with Jim Pepper and by critical articles evaluating his music and newspaper and magazine coverage from his heyday, made possible a really strong nomination that establishes Pepper's significant influence on the development of jazz rock fusion and world music. Sandy Osawa in particular, and you'll see this in the nomination, stressed that Jim Pepper and his melding of Indigenous tradition with popular music challenges prevailing racist ideas about what it means to be an Indigenous artist. His work resists categorization, and it's both deeply referential to his Indigenous heritage and completely his own. Two elements of this nomination that might warrant some explanation on the part of the preparer are the identification of the house as eligible under criterion B, and then the end date for the period of significance. So first, while it might not be common for an artist's family home to be nominated under criterion B, the Pepper family, Pepper's collaborators, and our nomination team, which includes Sean Cruz, who's here today, strongly feel that the Pepper House is the best representation in Portland within a local context of Jim Pepper's development as an artist. So he maintained a lifelong connection with this space, ever since he was a child. It's where he honed his talents, beginning at a young age. It's where he learned from and collaborated with his father, who had such a major impact on his music. It's where he wrote or workshopped most of his groundbreaking pieces. And it's where he returned again and again over the course of his life for comfort and creativity and community, which is what really fueled his work. He played all over Portland, all over the world. Really, he played a lot in Europe. He traveled to Africa, all over the country. But we feel that no other place is as closely or consistently associated with his development as a musician or with his productive period as an artist. This consistency, the consistency of that association over his life actually presented a challenge in determining the end date for the period of significance for the property. Because Jim Pepper truly maintained this association through his death in 1992. He returned to Portland before his death. He was performing almost up until he entered hospice care, and then he died in the home. So our team, in consultation with Robert, referred to National Register Bulletin 16A, how to complete the National Register form. And we chose to approach the period of significance from the idea of when did this property achieve significance? So not when did the significant association conclude, but by what time was the significant association achieved? So the answer to that question was much clearer to us. Pepper's album, Pepper's Powwow, which Robert just showed photos of, it was released in 1971, and this was really the first full realization of Pepper's genre blending synthesis of jazz and rock music and native tradition. So through our oral history interviews, we learned that much of Pepper's Powwow, much of this album, including his seminal single, Witchy Tai Toe, was written or at least honed or workshopped in the house, in that living room that Robert showed a picture of. So although the studio recording was actually completed in New York, the Pepper House in Portland is an integral part of the story of this album, and the album is part of the story of the house. So at the time that the album was released to critical acclaim in 1971, the house therefore achieved the significance that qualifies it for eligibility in the National Register under Criterion B. So hopefully this statement gives some clarity to the major decisions that went into structuring this nomination. I'm looking forward to hearing from Sean, but first I just want to say thank you again to the members of the committee for spending the time to review this. And thank you to everyone, people who are here and not here, for contributing to it.
Thank you, Caitlin. I'll turn it over to Sean. Like to say something about the application?
Sure, yeah, thank you. I'd love to. There's a whole lot of things that had to happen, like in a miraculous way, for this whole proceeding to come forward. And so many ways this whole history could have been lost. But in between 2000 and 2002, I was a real estate broker, and I got a call from a developer friend of mine one day. And he said he had this property they were going to partition and build on, and he wanted me to sell the old house. So I came over here, and the house had, the developer had just let the house sit vacant, but there was something about it that was speaking to me, and I was interested in it. And but the same day that the for sale sign went out, I was here, and there was a lady that stopped and said she'd be back with a realtor, and she was, and they made an offer and was accepted the next day. So it was gone that fast. However, we came to learn that the partition wasn't finalized. So seller couldn't close, and the buyer didn't want to wait around. So then I made an offer on the house to match what they just agreed to, and I was willing to wait. And I didn't know anything about the history of the house. All I knew, the seller owned it. That's the only thing I knew. But there was something about the house I was feeling. It was speaking to me somehow. And I met the lady on the corner, asked me if I knew the history of the house. Well, no. And she said, well, this was the Pepper family home for 50 years. Floyd Pepper, the educator, her son Jim Pepper, the musician. And I was aware of them both by reputation, but had never met them. And Jim had passed in 1992, and I didn't move into Portland in 96. Our paths didn't cross, or at least I didn't think they had. Anyhow, so it was cool to know that. And then one day I was standing in the front yard, and this car stopped, and the lady said, "Hi, my name's Susie. We used to live here. Wonder if we could see the old house again." And I gave them a look, and she said, "My mom would love to see the old house again. Could I bring my mom?" And she did. The next week, Floyd Pepper, she was in her mid-80s, and we had a nice visit, and she gave me a gift. And it was her bootleg CD of her son's first LP under his own name, Jim Pepper's Powwow, 1971. And it has a different cover on it than the one that you saw, because of course it was a bootleg. And anyhow, at that point, I had no idea if I'd ever seen or heard Jim Pepper or his music. And, but I put it on as soon as they left. And first track is a traditional powwow chant. There's no band music there. And the second track started to play, and I was thinking, I know this, I've heard this before, and I wonder who this is, and I'm looking at it to see who's on there. And I recognize some of the names. Larry Coryell was on there. And I thought about the one time that I saw Larry Coryell live, which was about 1970. I was a music major at Sonoma State at the time, and I was there because at this concert because I'd heard him on Herbie Mann's Memphis Underground album. I want to play guitar like that guy. And they were opening for Chuck Berry, and it wasn't in a club, it was a roller rink, San Rafael, Marin County. And the crowd was there for Chuck Berry, and they had no patience at all for the opening band. They did not dig it at all, but they were fantastic players. And there came a point where after a song, nobody was clapping, and somebody hollered out at Larry Coryell, "My kid's sister can play guitar better than you." And you could hear that everywhere. It was like that. And Coryell says, "I want to feature my tenor player on this next song. He's an Indian, a real Indian." And I already knew they were great, and he comes to the front of the stage and he starts playing this song. And it's the one I'm listening to right now. And he took over the room with it. They absolutely did. Everybody took over the room with it. I'd never seen anything like it. And yeah, and I remember the sound of his horn. 30 years later, I remember the sound of his horn. It's unmistakable. And if she hadn't given me that CD, I don't think we'd be on this path right now. But anyhow, I saw that. And after the concert, my girlfriend and I didn't drive north to Sonoma to go home. We drove into San Francisco. His Tower Record was open all night, and I had to find that tenor player in that song like right now. This was not going to wait. And as it turned out, I couldn't remember his name. I just knew what he looked like and what he sounded like, and he was in Coryell's band. And I actually bought the LP that night that he was on, but as a flute player, and there were no pictures of the band. And so years went by, and eventually I gave up looking for him. And but I only had to hear that one time, and I knew exactly who this was. And so there was that. And then later that year, 2002, Senator Abel Gordley hired me to be her legislative staff. And I began that job in January. And then Pepper's music was all out of print, and there wasn't very much of it on YouTube. It was hard to find. And I really didn't have much more than the CD that Floyd gave me. But the 2005 Portland Jazz Festival was in part dedicated to Pepper. And there was a lecture at the library, and there was a showing of Sandy Osawa's documentary, Pepper's Powwow at Portland State, that had been shown nationwide on PBS. It's an award-winning documentary. And I saw that, and Jim and Floyd and Jim's partner Karen were all interviewed in the documentary. And the curtains that was hanging behind their heads in the interviews were still hanging in the house when I bought it. And here's Jim and his dad in the kitchen and all that. And there was a postcard they showed from Jim sent to his mom from West Africa, where he and Don Cherry were on a U.S. State Department tour, playing in African villages. And then, but the thing that really set me on this path was hearing the Jim Pepper Remembrance Band perform in the festival. And it was the first time I was ever hearing Jim's music performed as a body of work. And of course, I was hearing songs that weren't on the CD and, played by a great band. And that changed everything. I came out of there, it's the first time I said this, is I've been listening to jazz my entire adult life, and I've never heard music like this. And I said, I know that this music is important in a musicological sense, that in the history of music, this music has its own place. I know that. And I walked out of the building saying those things. And Senator Gordley and I would carpool to the Capitol every day. And on the way in, I was telling her about what I heard last night. And she remembered Jim Pepper. And so she tasked me to research and draft what became Senate Joint Resolution 31, honoring the life and achievements of Jim Pepper. And that passed. And in 2005. And then a whole year went by. I got into 2006 and I was waiting to hear those songs again, and nobody was playing them. And the Remembrance Band had just assembled for that one concert. They came from New York and Atlanta and other places, as well as here in Portland. And so finally I couldn't stand it any longer. So I got in touch with the leaders and I ended up booking them into a club in Portland, just because I needed to hear those songs again. I had no plans to be in the music business at all. And Oregon Art Beat showed up. And so they filmed part of that. And then they wanted to interview Floyd, and she wanted to be interviewed here in the house. And so, you know, that happened. And yeah, that happened. And in 2007, Jim's family donated his saxophone and other memorabilia to the National Museum of the American Indian in Washington, D.C. And they asked me to travel back there and speak for them, and which I did. And it was a tremendous honoring. And it was there when I really came to understand how Jim Pepper is seen outside of Portland, outside of Oregon, you know, out there in the world, as people came from everywhere for that. And also became aware that Gunther Schuller, winner of the Pulitzer Prize for Music, he won the prize in 1996, and in 2000, he arranged, conducted, recorded a tribute to Jim Pepper in Cologne, Germany, featuring the full orchestra, another version of the Jim Pepper Remembrance Band, and they brought the Yellowhammer, these punk powwow singers from Oklahoma that used to tour with Jim, there for that recording too. I mean, it's 2 hours of music. And so I wasn't the only one that felt that this music is important in a musicological way. And that was fantastic to see. Yeah, and then, and I made a promise to Floyd that I would do all I could to see that her son got the recognition he deserved, because I came to really love his music. And I formed a nonprofit that became the Jim Pepper Native Arts Council, and we're headquartered here. And we began producing annual Jim Pepper Native Arts Festivals in Portland, and we've just done our 10th. And we're also, our mission is improve access to culturally relevant music education in Jim Pepper's name, but also reflecting the educational legacy of his mother, Floyd Pepper, who was and continues to be an important influence in Indian education, not just in Oregon, but elsewhere. And so we raised funds and hired a team of Native educators based in Southern Oregon University to write a curriculum, which they have done. 4 years curriculum for grades 9 through 12. It's a music education program that we're about to start piloting in Portland, and is tied to Oregon State standards in several disciplines, and it's an actual multidisciplinary course. And anyhow, with that, we're going to embed Jim Pepper's music in the K-12 repertoire. And so that is happening now. And we're really gratified for this proceeding to be happening. And also my plan is that after me, then the house will become the property of the council, so that we can ensure that it'll always be appreciated and nobody's ever going to tear it down. And thank you.
Done. Turn it over to Mark.
Do I go last or first?
Probably went first. Doesn't matter. Would
Okay.
you like to go first or last?
Sure, it doesn't matter. Okay. So I had a similar experience. I had never heard this music before until I was reviewing this nomination, and I was totally floored by it. I never heard anything. It was, I mean, obviously very innovative and original and unique, and so that just right off the bat that really impressed me. So that set the stage for me to really appreciate this nomination. And I appreciate the efforts of the preparer and Mr. Cruz, and also my colleague, Dr. Brooke Hawley at Southern Oregon University, who's working on this educational curriculum. So, and this is one of my favorite kind of nominations, as it emphasizes the place in terms of historic place. And to me, it's like a really Oregon story in so many ways. It intersects so many things. And not just the sort of individuality of the music, but like this kind of Southern migration that we were just thinking about, and people coming to, or not just Southern migration, but people coming to Oregon, in this case from Oklahoma, to sort of find opportunity and do something new. It intersects stories like the Shamawa Indian School, which is the boarding school that's such a big part of Oregon's history. They lived in Vanport for a little while. It's another major part of our history. It's interesting. You spoke about the idea that this was a musician's house and not the recording studio or the performance venue. And it never occurred to me that that wasn't appropriate because of the emphasis on the family lineage. While I was reading it, just the emphasis on the context of Indigenous families and families generally for producing this kind of music. So to me, that was seamless. That was a seamless part of this. And then I guess most importantly, intersects, the Oregon story of Indigenous survivance through settler colonialism, and also thriving, a unique way that Indigenous communities can thrive through the efforts of somebody like this musician. So I guess you could tell I kind of really enjoyed reading this, and I thought it was a good nomination and a really worthwhile nomination. So there's only one little technical thing, just like the last nomination, 3 and 4 are not filled out, but that's a very minor thing. So that's my take on the nomination.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Let's go to Jackie.
I also did not know much about Jim Pepper as a musician until I read through this nomination, and it got me really curious. And luckily now there is music and videos available online that I could look at and see him perform. So that was quite good to be able to do. And I do think it's a well-written nomination and very interesting, and it piques my interest in learning more about him.
Steve?
I think it's excellent and really for me, a revelation, partly because I don't know anything about jazz. And so this was all new, and I very much enjoyed reading it. Very succinct. I haven't yet, and I'm going to when I get back home. Having been on the internet now for years.
Welcome. All right, John, would you like to go?
Yeah, sure. So I've got a big zoom out question, and I don't want to throw everything off here, but I appreciated learning so much about this. I'm really into music, but I didn't know Jim Pepper, and it made me think, after I read this nomination and after you spoke, Caitlin and Sean, is this truly just local significance? And that's my throw off question. And it may be, and maybe we stay there, but there is a lot here. There's recognition in the Museum of the American Indian. There were some other things you mentioned, Sean, in Oklahoma. It seems that Jim, for this genre of music, both native music and jazz, and sort of the hybrid of the two that he was working on, is world renowned. So I saw just from what I read and heard a larger story here. I mean, the other thing I'm thinking a lot about is we're used to seeing native monuments and cultural heritage in more rural areas. We rarely see urban native heritage. And it's not that it's not there. We're just not seeing it on the commission. I know we do have some things and other states do too, but it may be the rarest of that I'm used to seeing. And so that's something. A few other thoughts I had were, because there's so much social and cultural history tied to this, like our previous nominations, and since you have these connections, Sean, with the family, if there's these connections persist, are there any photos of Jim recording, performing, other gatherings in the home, since it was such a community space for that? Caitlin, you mentioned these oral histories, and I feel like every time everyone mentions these, I always wonder if there's a way for other people to access that. And that may just be recordings in a hard drive and not necessarily anything else. But like, these are all like digital projects that in my mind, I'm like, oh, this would be great. Final thing is, Sean, you mentioned this resolution, and you also mentioned this curriculum. For the sake of just record keeping, even if the National Park Service, if it moves forward, doesn't click on the link, I think it'd be good to include that link, because anyone finding this later, years from now, looking at urban native history, would be able to click that, and hopefully it still exists. Otherwise, it might be harder for, I'm just like trying to zoom it all into one packet. So whatever PDFs look like in 20 years will be comprehensive.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, John. Actually, there's a lot of Jim Pepper on YouTube now, and including concerts. You can see him perform in Berlin and other places. He actually found his audience in Europe. He was much more appreciated in Europe than he was in the United States, and that's not that uncommon, particularly for jazz players and people of color. And and signs of present day native habitation are rare. They are. And that's another reason why it's important to have something that shows that Indians actually are here, and that's an important part of the story.
John, I'd like to add that the Senate resolution is included in the nomination as one of the figures, so that will be kept. I can't remember exactly which figure, but it's at the back. And then one thing that I think wasn't expressed because the Portland Historic Landmarks Commission didn't submit their comments in time. We had also talked with both them and with Robert about the level of significance. And our thought in going with local was that the context surrounding it, the story of Jim Pepper's life, was centered in Portland, and we didn't want to preclude maybe other sites that are associated with him. Also, national level of significance is an incredibly high bar. So we felt comfortable with local for this.
Oh, you know what? I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I forgot Joy Harjo, U.S. Poet Laureate. She plays Witchy Taito, and she credits Jim Pepper with giving her, she says, a context for the saxophone she plays. She said she was actually ready to give up the saxophone when she met him. And yeah.
There's some I think there's a block quote, there's some wonderful words from her in the nomination too, about what an inspiration Jim Pepper was to her. And again, about how he was like boundary breaking in terms of stereotype breaking and like in terms of what it was to be an Indigenous artist, what it is.
No worries about the national. When I read it, I thought there's a reason why this is staying local, and I'm sure that conversation has happened. But I'm sure it's a future MPD on urban native. Like,
Be incredible.
there's something else here that's bigger than this for sure.
Yeah. I always believed that Jim Pepper was a big Portland story, a big Oregon story, and a big national story. I always believed that. And we'll see.
Can you guys still hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Gwen, do you have any comments to add?
Hi, yes, I do. It was very enjoyable reading it, and I will be going out to connect with the video and with the music. I wonder, and thank you for putting your time and energy and passion into the work. I think about the connection to redlining in Oregon. I know that the Native people as well as Black people, realtors weren't allowed to show homes. So the idea that they had this space, it would be a really, there's a connection there, is to how and getting a space that it's been worked on, and if there's some way to connect it to Oregon's exclusion laws, because that's part of it's not our legacy, but we get to drag it behind us in the spaces in different ways. So wondered if you had any input or content on that. And I just think about also the connection. You talk about how it's connected, and I think about it as this moves forward to look at keyword searches for this, and based on, again, it's that local significance and the impact, and how did they move around that exclusionary piece. It's during the time that it's pretty prevalent for Native people, and we're easier, Black people are easier to identify, and so I have not seen pictures or anything of him before today, but that's all, it's just it's part of the work we do. Other than that, I really enjoyed reading it. I'm jazzed. That's, I don't mean to go there, but I'm jazzed to hear more about it and to dig into that. But those are the comments that I have for it. Other than that, in what's been said before me, I don't have any other input.
Caitlin or Sean, did either of you come across any of that inclusionary laws or discrimination with the Peppers, getting this house originally?
So in a more general sense, I think the first subsection of section 8, there's a block quote from Floyd Pepper from an article that she wrote discussing some of the challenges that they faced, particularly after leaving Salem, moving up to Portland and trying to find property. So I did not, I think, specifically use the word redlining. I need to go back and check. But there is some context about the general racism that they faced as Indigenous people in Oregon. And that's part of the context that's explained in there, why they purchased outside of Portland proper at the time. At the time, Park Rose was outside of the city limits.
Great.
I think that there's definitely a connection to Oregon. It's not being inside or outside, it's an Oregon exclusion. And so to make that tie-in, I think that would be really significant and supportive of what's not being talked about. Thank you.
Thanks, Gwen.
Yeah. Well, Mark, the barriers I've seen is that here's a musician, he's the only Oregon musician whose instrument resides in a glass case in the Smithsonian Museum and has achieved all of this international appreciation, and yet he's pretty much unknown in his own home state. And there it is.
And for Black people, we've been going to Europe forever to have to survive and to have those. So it really resounds with me when you say that. We've had to leave our country. And when I say our country, it was years before it was any of ours.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah, the barriers still exist. There is no venue anywhere that I know of in Oregon, certainly not in the Portland metro area, that features Native musicians working in any genre in any regular way. It's never existed. Nowhere.
Thanks,
So,
Sean.
I'm in rural Oregon, and by the way, we welcome and encourage that within a lot of the works that we do here. So I hope that you don't always think that it's never and ever, because there are things that are happening. We just don't get to hear about it all the time.
True that.
All right. Thank you.
I think my only other comments that haven't been touched on by other people are, I'm the visual person. I love to see those historic photos. So if there are any photos, again, not necessarily of the house, but I agree as the other members have said about, the interactions, and we had a couple of those good photos included of Jim Pepper as a kid playing, but there just seems like there's got to be some other photos out there. And then that we could include in this. And then my big question is, how do we include these oral heritage, documentations as well as the music into this nomination? I mean, I know, Chrissy, you were talking about digitizing and making everything electronic, but without hearing that, I mean, we're missing a big gap of the significance of this nomination is the audible portion of it. And there's been a lot of documentation and history done with this. So how do you connect that? There's a new link on the new website, right? That we can link to these files or something? Yes, I'm gonna say yes.
No, I'm not gonna say yes, Heidi, there are, but interestingly, back a long time ago, we listed in Sherman County, a park for a musical group, and their name completely is slipping my mind right now. It's on the tip of my brain. And we talked about that. And back then there wasn't YouTube or links or interwebs or internets or anything. So it feels like there's an opportunity here to think about that and to figure something out when you have a nomination that would be, and also the Ernest Block House as well. I mean, we've had some really important musicians places listed. So how do we connect the sound to that story, which is so we ought to start thinking about that. But like, I think it was Sean or it was John actually, who mentioned technology is, we can link it now. Is it going to be even the same thing in 10 years? So how do we do something in a lasting way?
How would we possibly listen to a floppy disk right now?
Right. Precisely.
Not listen to, I don't think there was any audio. Anyway, Closing comments, Mark, or anything else you'd like to touch
We
on?
missed Julie.
Oh, Julie, I'm so sorry.
That's no problem. I echo what everybody said, and I love this nomination. That was my comment on the front sheet. It's just inspiring in many ways. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. John?
Just one more thing. I do a lot of digital projects and these things take a long time and they like digital humanities work and they require a lot of permissions and things like that. So I'm just trying to think of a quick way where something like this can be included in the nomination, and maybe it is a series of links that are like the most representative, whether they're like Hallmark concerts or award like events that were recorded, or even anything that's been put up from the family, if we don't have any actual images, because I think the National Park Service may say if all these, and it's not just this project, this nomination, Sean and Caitlin, but if all of these sites have so much social significance, why did anyone not record any of that? And I know things were different back then, but like whether that's moving or like fixed photos, so we might counter the importance of that social that no one ever captured if so much was happening at this house. So it would be worth trying to find something like that. And maybe some of that's already included in this curriculum you mentioned, Sean, that you mentioned a group in Southern Oregon that did that. So it might be built into something's already that's been done. But I think I'm just trying to think of the best way to give them a scope and saying it goes beyond Portland, even though it's local significance.
Okay, Mark?
I move that we recommend that this nomination be forwarded to the gatekeeper.
Come on.
Yeah, I would love to send you a list of URLs of links that would be just fantastic, including at the National Museum of the American Indian, the actual ceremony when you can hear what Dr. Rick West has to say, and then there's a wonderful concert in Berlin, 1980, I think it was, with Charlie Hayden's Liberation Music Orchestra, and you can hear in that clip why, of all the other saxophone players out there, they wanted Jim, because there's nobody that sounds like Jim Pepper. And
So
yeah, absolutely unique.
I want to second the motion.
And maybe with this friendly amendment, if we can get some sound.
I can't hear you, Mark, on my end.
I was saying just with maybe with the addition of a few sound links, if that's doable for concerts or YouTube clips.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Gwen?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Mark was just saying he made his motion.
Oh, now I can't hear you. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm on full. Can anyone else that is having the same problem I am? Yeah, they're having the same issue that I am.
All right, I will try to keep talking. Tell me when you can hear me. I don't know what else to say.
That's better. That's much better. Thank you.
All right, so we have Mark made a motion and he's accepting the friendly amendment to possibly add some sound bites to the nomination if we can figure out technically how to do that. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we have a second from Gwen. Gwen, would you like to second the friendly amendments too?
Yes, I want to second the motion with the friendly amendments, please.
Perfect, thank you. Any
All right.
discussion of the motion or that's on the table?
Mm-mm.
Go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, or hands up?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, our 3 members on the screen have hands up. I will say aye as well. So unanimously. I don't have to say any opposed because everybody just said aye. Perfect. Thank you for a very well-written nomination, and this is a super exciting nomination that we will forward to the keeper of the National Register.
Gatekeeper.
It's gonna be gatekeeper from now on. Yes. Thank you very much, Caitlin and Steve. Kudos to you, Steve, for feeling that in your gut, or Sean, not Steve, sorry. Feeling that in your gut that there was something special in that house and moving forward with that. All right,
Thank you.
we need a 5-minute break.
Yes.
I will try to keep things moving a little bit quicker. We're only 2 down. All right, folks, we are coming back online to our February 17th, 2023 meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. We are now moving on to our third National Register nomination. That's for the Wasco Warehouse and Milling Company Hydroelectric Project Historic District in Maupin vicinity, I guess. Is that what, okay, in Wasco County? Oh, it says it over there. Thank you. Staff, Robert? Oh, yes. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare? See no from Glenn, John?
He said no.
Okay, and Julie, back yet? Okay, and none here in the room. Robert?
This historic district that is being proposed is within White River Falls State Park. It falls along the White River, and it's just south of State Route 216 near the confluence with the Deschutes River. There are several contributing and non-contributing resources, 26 contributing and 1 non-contributing within the district. The contributing resources include 1 building, a site, and 24 structures. The non-contributing resource is 1 structure, and the reason it's non-contributing is because it falls outside the period of significance, and so therefore does not contribute to the overall district significance. For the period of significance, that begins in 1901, when the first effort to capture the water power available at White River Falls was constructed. And it continues through the expansion and incorporation of that first system into the system that's evident today, and ends in 1962 when hydropower production at White River Falls ended. The period of significance includes the entire operating life of the hydropower project at this location, and includes the construction dates of every functional element to the cessation of hydropower production at the facility. The nomination argues for criterion A at the local level in the area of industry for the role in hydroelectric power generation and transmission technology in Wasco County. The hydroelectric project reflects efforts in the early 20th century to generate electricity before the rise of municipal power, large-scale power companies, and nonprofit cooperatives. Additionally, there's an argument for criterion C at the local level in the area of engineering, as the components collectively convey the hydroelectric power generation system and embody the distinctive characteristics of a high-head hydroelectric power plant system. The materials and methods of construction of the project's components are reflective of both the initial construction and subsequent expansion and the availability of local stone and the constraints of steep terrain characteristic of the site. As far as alterations to the property, since the facility ceased operation in 1962, that did include removal of the former wood frame residences, operator buildings, access stairways, and transformer house, as well as tramway structures that were associated with the facility operation. Work removed wood windows and doors and installed metal security grills to openings at the powerhouse. But did retain visibility of the interior of the powerhouse for interpretive purposes. There's been an added chain link fence along the upper edge of the canyon, along with added non-vehicular bridge and trail system that have replaced previous wood stair systems to support safer access as well as interpretation. So, kind of a summary here for the committee, this historic district is under review here under criterions A and C. So industry and engineering are the areas of significance, all of it at the local level. And then the district has several contributing and non-contributing resources to consider, as well as the boundary of how it's drawn to consider, to think about if it is most appropriate. As well as integrity. So comments of the nomination, we did not receive anything, nothing public for that that we received to date. And we do have the preparers available to provide testimony today. And are there any comments for me from the committee?
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Julie.
Hi, Robert. I wondered if the definition of ruin, if that had been discussed at all for this nomination, or if any archaeology had been discussed.
Why don't we let the preparers are here, maybe we can have them speak to that. And then if you have further questions, maybe I can address that on the back end, if that's okay.
Sure, thanks.
Hi, I'm Katie Pratt. I was hoping my colleague Spencer Howard could also be promoted to panelist since we prepared the nomination together, and he's available to chat and answer questions. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the Wasco Warehouse and Milling Company's hydroelectric project. I'm Katie Pratt, and I'm an architectural historian with Northwest Vernacular, and my colleague Spencer Howard and I are the preparers of the nomination. We were hired by the Oregon State Parks and Recreation Department to prepare this National Register nomination because it's now within a state park and has been for quite a few decades now, and it's White River Falls State Park. We worked with Christy Sweet, who's the department's historian and preservation specialist. Spencer completed the fieldwork and physical description portion of the nomination, and I prepared the statement of significance. It's been delightful to listen to the first two nominations that you guys had before you, because I think that's what's so great about historic preservation is you get to learn about processes or areas of life that you maybe don't have working knowledge about. So for me, that was learning a lot about how electricity works and spread, and trying to be able to distill that in a way that was easy for you guys to hopefully understand as well. And just to echo what Robert was saying, we believe that this project is significant under criteria A and C. It demonstrates the spread of hydroelectric power generation and that technology in Wasco County, and connects to that bigger story of municipal power, large-scale power companies, and the nonprofit co-ops. It's also an interesting representation of how a company seeking to be more competitive had to build their own power plant to diversify their business. And it also conveys the distinctive characteristics of a high-head hydroelectric power plant system, showcases those methods and materials of construction from that original construction to the later expansion, and the use of local stone, as well as responding to the significant constraints of the site. So Spencer can speak to his observations about the fieldwork, but I can conclude by saying that this one was just really fun to research and write, and I look forward to being able to answer any questions that you may have.
Right, can we turn it over to Spencer?
Thank you. My name is Spencer Howard. I'm a partner with Northwest Vernacular. So just briefly, in conducting the field documentation, I was really impressed at the extent of the system that remained and how its expansion to meet rising energy use remained legible once the layers of development had been sorted out. And to address the question with regards to consideration of a ruin, we looked at the building in the sense that we were still able to enter, move through, and occupy the powerhouse building. The dams that are on the site, those were still intact, particularly the dams coming directly at the diversion dam and the upper holding basin coming off the White River. Those were still actively retaining and diverting water and running it through. So, but then there were some areas that some of the penstocks that it's sort of artifacts on the ground, and or there's some elements that are buried. So this seems straightforward with the state guidance to pursue it as a built environment element. Thank you.
That address your question, Julie?
That was one of them that you mentioned. There were some things buried, so I didn't know if archaeology was a consideration for additional, would it reveal additional, more to the story? Was that considered?
This is Spencer Howard again. Not in a substantive manner. The elements that are buried that we're aware of are the former penstock lines from the 1901 development pathway. And so those are identified on the maps. Their existence was confirmed based on historic photographs showing them being kind of buried as they were putting in the new systems. They put in the new system concurrent with operation of the older system and then switched once they had everything in place to minimize downtime for the facility. So the materials and kind of functional role of those is consistent with the later updates to the system. So it didn't seem like there was any substantive change to the overall significance or understanding of how the system operated that archaeological work on those resources would bring. Thank you.
Okay, I do have just one more question. Thank you, that helps. The boundary is very, well, the boundary description is it's amazing. So I just wondered if there were any, you probably, I'm sure it's stated in there, but could you just briefly explain the reasoning for the boundary?
This is Spencer Howard again. Absolutely. We struggled with this a bit as well too. So in coming to this, we ended up mapping everything in GIS and then trying to sort out what remained, what was no longer extant. And then using that in connection with the property boundaries for state parks, we kind of carved out this boundary. And so the boundary along the south edge holds tight to the state park's boundary property line. Along the west edge, it wraps tight along the extant resources, the diversion dam. And then along the north edge, it follows the topography that frames the operational area for the system, but excludes the former residential area for operators that no longer exists. And that includes kind of jogging up around the reservoir. And then as it comes down over on the east side, that we basically ran a line from the east edge of the dam over to the extant winch that was part of the former tramway coming up to the hill. And then from the tramway down tight to the foundation at the other building. So we basically tried to wrap this boundary tight to extant resources that conveyed the historic significance while staying within the property boundaries of state parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the preparers?
I just had a small question.
Sure.
And it just has to do with, when I looked at the boundary, it seems that kind of drawn in the middle of the river, at least from the maps from pages 63 to 66.
Probably could you be able to pull up that?
It just seems like it's sort of illogical, and it either eliminate the river or include that stream range. It seems like there's just a dotted line through the middle of the river, and I don't know if it's just because sometimes you just do a polygon of points or something.
Robert's gonna pull up the image of the boundary for a second, so we can look at it.
But it's sort of,
Sorry, Steve, you said page 63.
Well, yeah, I know that's in some figures, but I found that it was hard to follow when we sort of have to add pages 42, 43 and 44 together. It's kind of split up, and then compare it with pages 63 through 66. I think partly because the perspective changed. And I'm, as somebody who's written nominations, boundaries are always kind of, it's like this little thing at the last for me, but I know it's a big deal to a certain reviewer in Washington, D.C. who has, we've had a past meeting with that. And I know that if he tells you to do something, you do it. He gives you 2 weeks, otherwise it's a return. You do not want to return. So that's the reason I bring it up. I'm not that big on boundaries myself.
So just more clarity between the.
Yeah.
And while we're on the map, if I could jump in really fast, I had a map comment. On the colored map right now, it's, I think, the black and white map. On the colored map, like on page 42 or 44, there's a section, what's a little difficult to read, I think, is that, you can see the gray section that's sort of almost maybe a SketchUp rendering, or it could be a Illustrator, and you can see the extant, and then there's the white that says former contextual reference only. It's hard to tell with the aerial map if that white area there is just part of, it could be sand, or if that's what you're calling out as part of this former contextual reference only. And I think if it ends up black and white at some point in the review, it'll be even harder to read. But I know you were trying to make a distinction, and I can see that with like the dotted lines, but maybe there's another way to kind of do this. And if that wasn't your intention, then it might be hard for someone else to try to find what it was.
And this is a long-term comment. It takes sometimes up to 5 years before it gets into the database. And I noticed, at least on one of mine, that in that 5 years, it started out in color, but by the time it's in the database, it goes to black and white. It's just something to keep in mind. That's a good point. I don't know why that is with the National Register program, but they are an eternal mystery. Even today. I don't know about today. Maybe they finally changed it, but they don't announce their changes either. So I worked for that organization at one time.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant? Prepare. Thanks. Jackie, would you like to go first with a little introduction?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I was glad to see this nomination come up because I visited the site several times, and I'm glad to see that it's being recognized and nominated. And I know that although it has deteriorated, but really the nomination really demonstrates how much it retains enough of its various elements that really show early 20th century hydroelectric generation. And I would say that the description of the site and the different elements was very well written, very easy to follow, and it was such a complex system. And so I really appreciated that that description. Then and the context was well written, and it was really interesting. Also, being a Wasco County resident and living in the Dalles, to kind of see that whole history of power generation and the development of from, you know, a private company to, you know, the public utility district it is now. And I also wanted to say that the Sunshine Mill, which was the mill that the White River Falls generator also powered, that still stands in the Dalles, and it's now a winery, but there's much of the milling equipment is still intact in it, and you can see it when you visit the winery. And there's a little issue with the company that was named as making some of the equipment in the hydroelectric plant should be the Knight and Company Foundry and Machine Shop, and that's in Sutter Creek, California. And I think that was spelled as one word, and it should be two words. And this machine shop is actually quite interesting. And I actually kind of visited it once many years ago, and it was powered by water. So that's kind of interesting, that connection with this project. And it's now a historical site, and I think they do tours on occasion. And my other little issue was with figures 5 and 6, where a lot of the components are just labeled with a code, and I had to go back through the document and write what each one was so I could tell where everything was. So it would be helpful if it had labels rather than just a code, or maybe even a key with those diagrams. But in general, I thought there were a lot of really good photographs, and I liked the way the photos were laid out in order. As I read through it, I could look through them and follow along with the narrative.
I don't have anything. I guess I'm always a little puzzled where built environment stops and archaeology starts, but maybe that's not the moment for that, I guess.
Steve?
Well, now that it's been mentioned, archaeology.
Yeah.
It would be helpful to perhaps the word feature comes up. You know, that's very much an archaeological term, and it's not really explained. I know you can sometimes put it in reference to cultural landscapes. And I just flush it out just a little bit, maybe just add a sentence. The interpretation is excellent. I only wish state parks like Collier Memorial had something like this to explain all that equipment sitting there. And this is wonderful. I was able to follow it very easily, and great stuff. Yeah, so the description is, it's like a tour through an old mill. So, which is wonderful. There were a few things, and maybe this is just my more present mindset, but you know, a lot of these early dams were huge fish killers. And I know that's often thought of in economics as an externality, but it's something that people today would have it in their mind, because gold ray was a real killer. And so I don't know if this one was or wasn't. I don't know, maybe a sentence or so, or even in the notes.
Because that's its historic context, like why it's one of the reasons it's important.
Well, yeah, on the one hand, the dam allows something to happen in power generation that hasn't happened before for settlement and development and all that kind of thing, but it also comes with cost. And it wasn't until really the 1960s that, hey, this is a cost. We're destroying something.
Yeah, yeah.
And then really very little in the way of things like typos. I think just due to its size, I found it when I was reading, I wanted to get the oh, so what does this look like? And it's just because it's a big nomination, it's sometimes hard to go from the narrative to the back section of photos, especially when there's a lot of photos. I don't know what you do about that because it's a National Register format. I know one thing that could change was perhaps the placement of the captions. I kept looking, you know how you get used to looking at a certain line and you have to drop down. So maybe that could be adjusted slightly, make it a little easier to get the idea. So beyond that, good job.
Go to Julie.
Yeah, there's a lot of great information here, and I can see that you did reference the photographs in the text, so that is good. But yeah, the National Register format does not let you insert photos along the way. So anyway, yeah, I think this is an important place. So thank you.
Great. Gwen?
Hi, thank you. This has been so informative, and this is a corridor that I travel often, and I go to different spaces outside of the Dalles and Hood River, and I'm very interested in the culture of the area, and so this will be on my list of a place to go. I appreciate the input. I don't have anything to add as a result, but I'm super excited about this nomination. Thank you.
Thanks, Gwen. John?
Oh, hold on, John. You're muted.
Oh, did you not hear? Sorry.
There you go.
Okay, great. I had a question for staff. Just wondering, this is like within you because there's another state park there. Is there an additional line of review or anything else that you need to send in support of this? It feels like a weird question, but just a thought.
So you're asking because it's a state park,
Yeah,
and SHPO's housed within
right.
state. So they're separate in a way, but yeah, right. Like the director of state parks is the SHPO, but because they're separate processes and the way that the regs work, so they're notified. Like we notify our own agency as part of this process, and so that kind of keeps that line separate. So yeah. Yeah, there's not really anything different that you do when you're in that case.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note that the end decision maker is the National Park Service. So you're recommending to me, I'm recommending to NPS, and NPS makes the decision. So it all evens out.
Great. Thank you.
So did I miss my cue? Did I talk and you just watched my lips moved, or did you hear me speaking?
We heard you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, John? That's the main one. Now we can't hear you. Okay,
Oh, nothing I haven't asked already.
perfect. All right, well, I was excited. There are lots of historic photos, so that made me happy. I incredibly written nomination, and like you guys have said, it it flowed really well, and even though it's a big nomination, it was really easy to decipher and get through. Yeah, format is from the National Register, and when they want our input on how to revise their nomination format, I'm sure we can all give them our input, but until then, we won't bring that up. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the boundary, just with some of the imagery, the boundary, because some of those, it looks like the GIS images are kind of like skewed a little bit. It's hard to see those compared to, you know, when you have the faded out aerial image behind them, versus the aerial images where it was overlaid, as Steve was saying, with the boundary. I think those images, what are those numbers again, Steve, way back there?
42 and 44 and
Yeah.
63.
Those were easier to see the whole context, but then you can't zoom in and see the actual features. So I don't know if there's some way to get better satellite images of it, but I know down the road, you're not going to be able to make out any of these things once they're photocopied and copied over and all of that. I don't comment on them. I'll turn it back over to Jackie.
Okay, well, I move that we forward the nomination for the Wasco Warehouse and Milling Company hydroelectric project to the keeper of the National Register for its significance under criteria A and C. And I would like to incorporate within the motion to make those changes, suggested changes that different people made about the figure and clarifying the boundaries. And I would like to maybe add a little bit to just mention possibly the archaeological component to it that Spencer mentioned, or the possibility that other archaeology could be present on the site.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Steve is second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Gwen, Julie, and John, any opposed? Okay. All right, well, we have a recommendation to move this forward to the keeper of the National Register. Congratulations.
Thank you again for your thoughtful insight and review. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, well, we can tell a lot of work has gone into this, so thank you for your effort on it. Are we ready for number 4? Okay. Our 4th nomination for review is for the Oregon National Guard Armories. It's 1888 through 1978 multiple property document, statewide. And meaning statewide is the locations are statewide, just to clarify that. Are there any conflicts of interest by any of our committee members? Gwen, no. John, no. Julie, no. Heidi, no.
No.
Perfect. Thank you. Turn it over to Robert. Your just introduction.
So within the MPD, the geographic boundaries encompass the entire state of Oregon. The period of significance outlined in the MPD is 1888, which is the construction of the first armory in Portland. And it ends in 1978 with the construction of the McMinnville Armory. The period of significance end dates based on the fact that after 1978, armories were being replaced with reserve centers that house both National Guard and other reserve units. significant change there. Section E has several historic contexts. So there's 5 ideas to capture and establish the significance of National Guard armories. So as a reminder, a successful Section E should be developed in sufficient depth and support the relevance, relationships, and importance of the properties to be considered. There should be a clear and consistent framework that explains themes, geographic areas, chronological periods, and it should introduce a definition of a property type, its locational patterns and general characteristics, and then those are then further expanded upon in section F. So here's the historic context that are in section E. As far as the property types that are outlined, there's 6 for that. And as a reminder, the property types, the grouping of individual properties that are characterized by common physical or associative attributes. That section features registration requirements, which should be based on the analysis of the data collected on the property type and known related properties in relationship to the criteria considerations, as well as areas of significance. The requirement should provide specific information that can be used for comparing actual historic properties and for making judgments about their relative significance. The requirement should include the physical characteristics, associative qualities, or informational potential, as well as specify the aspects of integrity. And so the property types that are outlined here are castellated armories, revival style armories, Art Deco armories, Quonset hut armories, utilitarian armories, as well as modern armories. You're also reviewing sections H and I in the MPD. So section H is the summary of identification and evaluation methods. So that should talk about the methods used to prepare the MPD. It's discussing things, how the survey and data was collected to understand what resources there are, how are the historic contexts determined, how are the requirements derived for integrity, for listing the members underneath the MPD. And then section H is your major bibliographical references. So that should include all of the resources kind of for future, the context references, as well as kind of the future guidance on what you're looking for as you kind of continue to use that. So in summary, when we're reviewing this MPD here with the committee, what you're considering is thinking about the historic context in section E. Do they require any substantial revision? Are there contexts missing that better illustrate some of the significance that you see in section F? As well as in section F, do all of those adequately capture all of the associated property types that you would think of when you're reading through section E in the context? As well as, do the registration requirements, do they end up being too broad? Are they too narrow? Do they seem to work? As well as, is integrity adequately discussed to be able to evaluate that? We did not receive public comments for this MPD document. And we do have the preparer here, and as the committee have any questions, all right.
Questions for you? Turn it over.
Yes, I am. So we have Matt Diedrich here in person.
Good afternoon, Matt Dietrich, I'm the Cultural Resource Program Manager for the Oregon Military Department. We administer the management of a number of armories, not all of them we currently own that are under the period of significance. But one of the things that we wanted to do with this MPD was look at armories as a whole and try to identify possibly any patterns at the state and at the national level that we might see. And to do that, we really thought, well, we can't just look at modern armories or World War or pre-World War II. We need to create a very broad context. So we thought, well, let's take the first one that we have and then the last one before we started making the readiness centers and develop a context from that. And so what that hopefully will allow us to do is this is going to be a management tool for the agency when it comes to managing these armories for historic significance as it relates to the everyday mission of the Oregon Military Department and the Oregon Army National Guard. And that some of these buildings may have to be modified at some point to extend their usable service life. So we want to be able to make sure that if we have an eligible structure, we can evaluate it appropriately and then assess the level of effect to make sure that we're in compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act in Section 106. So that's one of the goals of this MPD. The second goal is tied into the community. And I think this is something that is important not only to me, but to the National Guard. And one of the main missions of the National Guard is to be involved with community. And you see that in the way that the armories are sited within the community. You see that in the involvement with the National Guard in leasing out the space for community events and involvement. And so what I see this armory also doing is providing a tool for people, agencies, and others that own armories that used to be part of the Oregon National Guard that are no longer, but may be eligible, that they can then take this tool and they can evaluate whether or not their armory is significant. And if it is, it's a tool for them to help get it listed onto the National Register if that's something that they want. So I see that as something, again, where the National Guard and the Oregon Military Department are trying to help with the community and manage the community and support the community. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Matt here?
I just had one, but that might be a little later. I don't know. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's the lead. Okay, well, and it really came at the end, and it had to do with that appendix B. I wasn't too clear. I mean, I kind of know the intent of throwing it in there, but it's like the case had already been already been proven so well. But I thought, well, who messed it up with that?
With the national level significance.
Well, yeah, and just the way as an individual, this is great for. At last, you could say, in terms of program planning, this is a great basis for that. And we see so many of these things, they become after the fact, and the agencies sort of have to make it up for it.
Yeah, and that's why we wanted to do this. Is we, as a state agency, in terms of square footage, are the second largest state agency for having office space. And a lot of these armories, we had a big construction push in the 70s. So a lot of these armories are coming up on being 50 years of age. And so we wanted to have a tool that would allow us to evaluate them for significance. And one of the things that, and you're right, it's sort of hard to grasp. And it's one of the things that made this MPD take so long, was we wanted to incorporate information from the rest of the states because it's the National Guard. And so are there trends that we can see nationally that may help us inform whether or not our armories are significant? So we actually, we reached out to and got a lot of good information. And I think we put it in as an afterthought based on some of the earlier drafts that had been incorporated into the body. And the reviewer suggested that it might actually be better to be put in appendix. So that's what we went with. But that was the intent. So if we need to modify that, maybe we can to. So it's not just an afterthought, but that was the intent.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out. Just, you don't have to ditch it, and maybe if there's a way that's better connected.
Right.
Then great.
Yeah.
I guess I had a question about that too, and maybe this is for staff, but is that common to have an appendix like that on the end of one of these things? It just seems to me the ones I've read, they're very pro forma, like you follow the form, and so it definitely felt to me like I thought it was interesting to receive, but is that what's done?
You can, it is an option. You know, maybe it's kind of like what Steve was sharing, like, as the reason it is in here is because blank. So sometimes it's like, this is the only way you can get it, or sometimes it's like, hey, we're thinking national significance and we know this is the thing that's going to help. Here it is. So that's how you're going to have to weigh it. So most, I think, MPDs don't have a lot of appendices, just because naturally it's more like context focused and it's pointing you towards other things that exist elsewhere. But in some cases, when it's really like National Guard and it's like, here's the thing, you might consider doing something like that.
And I was thinking about, well, you know, A is really short, but I really like that chart. You can add it all up and say, here's your data set. Here's how it breaks out. If only this would happen in more MPDs.
I know, right?
It'd be wonderful.
I know.
Beyond that, I don't have, just because it's so well done, there's not much to criticize, I don't think.
Well, great. I honestly can't take a whole lot of credit for it. My predecessor started the document close to 15 years ago, and I finished it through a contract with a third-party consultant. So I will tell them that they did an excellent job, and I'm going to take all of the credit.
There's always a little bit of history you can kind of, you fight over. Like, for me, it was the whole Philippine episode. But that's, you know, didn't really mean in terms of what, I mean, the National Guard got pulled into that. It's kind of the reasoning for the National Guard, because state militias were no way they were. Oregon never really had a state militia. We could pretend we did, but it's because it was always, we think of ourselves so poor that we weren't going to fund it. So the Fed stepped in and the Guard could do it on. Like I said, I don't have real history with how it, there's always a few drawings, hard to read because they're on, brown paper, and how do you make the black lines stand out? So, but really, I don't know. It does what it needs to do. Right.
So I would like to engage here. I'm an Armory kid. Growing up in a small rural area, the Armory was a place for social. And I was trying to look at what was connected in the historical background, and I'm not seeing the connection to communities as a social. I mean, in my mind's eye, I think about the Granges, before they came along, and that the Armories were a place that we used to dance to local musicians. It was a place we would meet for multiple reasons. I know that there were, in my home rural town, there were, before I was even born, there were Black orchestras that came in. There were local bands that came in. I remember dancing as a kid in the 70s, but before that, my oldest brother, who's late 70s now, remembers that the Armory hosted a lot of social connections, which I think is a big part if we're looking at an MPD of that, the history of how they served community, at least in rural landscapes. And maybe I missed it, and if I did, that's on me, but I didn't see it, so I'm going to talk about it. And if any of you've seen that social connection to Armories and their connection is in regard to that, please, I'm open to learn.
I think when the only thing I could think of offhand was Judith Hassan's short article in OHQ a few years back about the Klamath Falls Armory, which of course now is the Klamath Falls, which is the Klamath County Museum. There might be something on Ashland, just because that's been another social venue. But I know it's tough to capture.
In LeGrand, it was a big part of our social and community connection. And so thinking about going really rural or frontier counties is looking at the impact that they had during times when they were, there was trying to be that community built between the National Guard, the armories, and small communities, because there's a lot out there.
I know that one of the events that happened a lot in a certain period of time were boxing matches, sometimes called smokers, where locals could be involved.
And my dad was a boxer, and he was the first African-American district commander for the American Legion in the state of Oregon. And so I'm sure that there's some deep digging and connections around that. And yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry for the interrupt.
If I could just address that real briefly, that's an excellent comment. And it's something that we struggled with quite a bit in preparing this document. And we talked with Chippo quite a bit about whether or not how deep we want to dive into local level of significance. And ultimately we decided not to, because we felt that the local level of significance was so unique to each community that it should be addressed individually. So while you're absolutely right, there is a very deep connection between the armories and the communities. We felt that it would be better served to do that on an individual basis, because the individual story is so varied between the different communities that we didn't feel we were going to be able to do it justice in the NPD.
Gwen, did you have any other comments about the application?
I have none outside of the comments that I made, and I don't necessarily agree with that decision. But thank you. I appreciate you, being very transparent in how you're making those decisions. Thank you.
Turn it over to John. You have comments on the nomination?
The first thought goes back to what Steve was saying about the appendices. I'm just thinking one of the great things about this nomination is that it's so thorough, but because there's so much text, I almost want to move the maps up sooner. Appendix B I loved, and I appreciate that there was so much review and context for what other states have done, to the extent of being able to try to understand and catalog and at least inventory what's around in armories. But if this came up with the previous, I think this was also your comment, Steve, just how could we get to a place where we could see some visuals after a lot of text? And because this is a statewide thing, for a visual person like me, it would help to kind of see a map earlier. And I don't know if that feels like an easy fix to me, unless the MPD format for the National Park Service doesn't allow that. The other thing was in response to photos. I don't think I saw one interior photo of any of the armories, but I think this might help touch on, if no additional writing will happen, some of the social events and other activities that Gwen just framed. And I think we would see, not all of them have stages, some of them will, those types of things. And so I think there may be something there. And then the other thought, yeah, I can skip that. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, John. Julie?
Well, it was well written. I thought the list of properties was great. It's like, wow, I didn't know there were that many, and see the list, you go, there are. and the registration requirements were well written. So I have nothing to add other than what's been talked about. I guess the social aspect would be very important. I understand doing that at the local level, but maybe there's just a reference to it or something at least. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Jackie? I don't have anything much more to add to what others have said, and I did think it was very well written, and I like the integrity matrix and all the information and the registration requirements were very well spelled out. All right.
I think I'm agreeing with the thread of what everyone else is saying. What I might say in addition, some of the figures are difficult to read, particularly like figure 1. And some of that, like in the appendix, I can understand it, but in the main text, figure 1 and 23 and 39 are kind of hard to parse out. I get figure 1 is a historical image, but if the intent is to log military facilities, it's very difficult to read. And in terms of the data, Dennis Griffin had cataloged all those sites, so that information is out there. I'm still struggling with the question of the social, however we're framing it, because as a conversation developed, I'm like, when did the role of the Armory as a social and community institution come into what we know of today? Because we all go to events in these armories. And was it more than 50 years ago or something? And if the logic is that it's too much to catalog that on the local level and the NPD, but shouldn't that set up a framework so that when someone wants to nominate an armory building, and part of that significance lies in, it was like where they threw parties in 1968. And that's part of the framework for the NPD so that you could argue for the significance. But like I said, I'm just now starting to think about it. So.
Yes, somebody pipe in. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to remind the committee that the purpose of the umbrella document of the multiple property is really so you don't have to keep re-talking about the context of the building. So given that, if you look at criterion A under the registration requirements, it does say armory properties could also be significant at a local level in the areas of social history or entertainment recreation for their role in hosting community events and social gatherings, or serving as the community's primary venue for entertainment or recreation. So that is there. And so I just from a technical perspective, the decision to leave the fleshing out of those stories to the individual nomination, which would slip under this, makes a lot of sense. Because I was on the editorial board when that article came in about the Klamath Armory. And that is what I remember about that armory is how important it was to the community. We saw that with the Cottage Grove Armory as well. But you're not going to see that with, the one in Redmond or, some other ones that were built later where other sorts of buildings serve that purpose better than an armory. So as long as that's called out as a registration requirement, boom, it's in.
Thank you, Chrissy, for sharing that, because just thank you for adding that.
My only comment, you guys are so thorough, I've already listed them. And it could just be the copy that I have. I don't have a title for Appendix A on my Appendix A sheet. That's just not trying to get nitpicky, but maybe I was missing a sheet or it was a little hard to find where Appendix A was, except for the fact that it comes before B. When you guys said it was short, I was like, oh, maybe I did miss it just entirely, and sure enough. That's my only added comment besides what was already added. There was a question that I think kind of addressed staff, but is there flexibility of adjusting where we can put images in a MPD?
As in like, can you put it up?
Like, could you put a map up sooner?
No,
Okay.
I mean, no.
Just say
There's,
no.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Someday, again. Not in this topic. All right.
There's one important typo, I think, where it says associated architectural contexts are presented in section 6, and right underneath it is architectural context. 5. Just one of those things. Quick change.
Yeah.
Do you have any closing remarks or a motion to make?
I just say one more thing is, as stating myself, but I remember this nascent MPD being a thing before I was even the National Register Coordinator. So back when Nancy Niederhofer was at this was being like formulated. And so I just want to acknowledge Chris. Why am I blanking on
Mitchell.
Chris Mitchell at the National Guard for conceiving of this and really keeping that flame alive. And of course, for our former SHPO member for kicking it over the finish line. It's great to see this.
John, did you have another question or comment? Okay.
My alternative was, could there be just the main map moved up, and okay if it's repeated in the appendix later, just to be comprehensive with all the maps there, but it's not a deal breaker.
Well, I'd like to make a motion. Look forward to the keeper of the National Register and or any other gatekeeper think of with the recommendation that multiple property documentation with perhaps just these small changes.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? When were you opposed? Okay, so, okay. Fantastic. Thank you. A long time in the making, it sounds like.
Very much so.
It's gonna be worthwhile.
Chris will be happy to hear. He wasn't sure it would actually happen.
So how do you want to handle this amendment? I don't think that.
So we'll kind of do the same, it's gotta be its own separate thing, so we'll just follow, we'll have that discussion.
Okay, our next nomination for review is the Cottage Grove Armory Amendment. And that's in Cottage Grove of Lane County. On Washington Avenue. Are there any conflicts of interest with any commission members? Gwen says no. John? No conflicts. Julie, no conflicts. All right, no conflicts here. And proceed. Robert?
So we are reviewing an amendment to an existing National Register nomination to demonstrate how this MPD works. So if you remember, MPDs typically need a nomination go with it to demonstrate, hey, we've done something and that everything's compatible. So what you see before you is an amendment of an existing nomination to place it under this MPD document. So the amendment document explains that the existing nomination, along with kind of the attached amendment documentation, all meets all of the registration requirements, that the building is eligible under criterions A and C at the local level, that it's within the period of significance of the NPD, that it fits within the two contexts within the NPD of the Depression era and World War II, as well as the Art Deco style, that the building retains appropriate integrity as outlined in those registration requirements and fits within that Art Deco property type. There have been a few amendments, alterations to this building since time of listing in 2012. So that is also just being addressed in this amendment to just kind of bring things up to date with some additional photographs of some of those changes. But many of those projects were restoration related projects. And so they really did not significantly impact the integrity of that building. Things that have changed or been repaired or restored, or it's a facade plaster repair, window restoration. They replaced the non-original main entry doors with period appropriate doors, and they've kind of done a couple other things, so that they've also kind of pulled that out from that.
And weren't they part of the preservation sign?
There's kind of like a bigger, larger. So what we're reviewing here essentially is, does this amendment document make the case that this building that is already listed meet all the registration requirements for that NPD that's outlined? So that is what you're deciding on, making a recommendation on today. There were no comments received for this amendment document. Again, we still have the error here as well to comment on that. So if there's any questions for me, please let me know.
What happens if the MPD isn't approved?
They kind of get submitted together. So if you don't approve one, then it'll stay listed. It just won't go under the MPD. Or if you didn't recommend the MPD, even though you did, right, and you recommended this, it just be pulled off.
Are there any questions of staff or the preparer? Or would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I think this is, oh yeah, sorry. Again, this is Matt Dietrich, Cultural Resource Manager for the Oregon Military Department. I think this is a good example of that second piece that I mentioned in talking about the MPD. While Country Grove Armory is already listed on its own, this is an example of, hopefully, if you approve it, the armory being listed under the MPD and allowing the city of Cottage Grove and other cities in the future to take their potentially eligible armories and get them listed. So it's a way for the Oregon National Guard to help support communities.
Questions of the preparer? Steve?
I have to say, this is probably the easiest thing I've ever done. And so I don't have any questions. Everything's okay.
Okay. Do any other members of the committee have any questions or comments?
I know this building and it's a sweet little building and there are always cool things happening there. So.
Great. Great.
We had the great fortune to meet there
We
3.5
did.
years ago.
We did.
Yeah. It looks even better now. Yeah, they've done a great job. They love that building.
I once got to do a window restoration workshop there, so that's cool. All right, Steve?
So I'd like to make a motion to forward this in conjunction with the NPD to the people of the National Register.
I'll second.
Criteria. If it's amendment, it doesn't affect the ABC.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you very clearly.
I was sort of asking a rhetorical question about, when you make a motion, normally you say under criteria, but it's an amendment, so you don't do.
Okay, so we have a motion and Gwen has seconded. Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, no opposed. Okay, thank you. Sure. Please do.
Well, I wanted to give the committee a very brief update before we move to the next nomination on the Wasco hydroelectric project, the White River Falls, because several of you asked about the potential for archaeology on the site. And I was doing some behind the scenes inquiry and received this email. Apparently, Parks is about to put out an RFQ for a comprehensive archaeological evaluation study for the site. The purpose of the study would be to conduct an archaeological site record update for the White River Falls Hydro Plant Power Station, which has its own site number already, conclusively establish whether the archaeological below ground portion of the site meets the criteria for the NRHP, and if eligible, delineate contributing and non-contributing site elements and provide management recommendations. So that is, I mean, I know that we live in OPRD, but that's really good stewardship of a special site. So to be continued.
All right, cool.
Thank you. All right, our last National Register nomination for today is of the Liberty Theater, which we are sitting in on the stage right now. It's at 2100 Sherman Avenue in North Bend, being proposed under criterion A and C, and Robert is going to say all of this in just a second.
I get the feeling you guys are cold.
Are there any conflicts of interest?
No.
No conflicts of interest, okay. No, we all did just get a tour of this facility before our meeting here today. And Robert, would you like to introduce this nomination?
Okay. So the Liberty Theater that was under review at the moment is located at the southern end of downtown North Bend. The theater faces US Highway 101, and that's the main north-south route along the Oregon coast. Surrounding adjacent properties include small commercial and office space to the north and west, with mixed residential development to the south. The period of significance for the theater is established as 1924 to 1959. So that reflects the design and construction of the resource, which formally opened in April of 1925 and continues through the movie theater period to 1955, and then to the inception of the continuing Little Theater on the Bay occupancy in 1959. The nomination makes an argument for criterion A, for the role and development of entertainment recreation in North Bend, It was used for motion pictures from the opening till 1954, and then since 1959, it has been the home of the Little Theater on the Bay, a community-based nonprofit theater group and used for live performances. The nomination also makes an argument for criterion C for its Moorish-inspired architecture. The theater was designed by the Portland office of Turtelette. Okay, thank you. And Hummel, built by Salem-based contractors Hoover and McNeil, with the original interiors designed by Carl Berg of the B.F. Shearer Company. There have been some changes to the building that included things such as removal of original windows and rooftop turrets, along with other non-historically based exterior and interior changes. But beginning in 2015, the theater's been focused on a multi-phased restoration and rehabilitation effort. It's restored windows. It has treated removed the non-historic exterior treatments, repainted, done some interior upgrades to the main lobby and auditorium, and created compatible meeting spaces, and reinstalled the copper rooftop domes, as well as built an addition as well on the south. The rehabilitation project is there to help the Liberty convey its historic character, while also improve the function of the building to support the ongoing activity of it as a. So the committee today is reviewing this nomination under criterion A and C, so for entertainment and recreation, as well as architecture areas of significance at the local. You're also considering whether it does retain appropriate integrity across all of the different projects that have happened since 2015. We did not receive public comments for this nomination within the required submittal deadline, but we did receive comments from the CLG after that deadline. Problem for them is they couldn't meet until too late for that. They did provide us comments, and they were not provided to you for your consideration because of the state rules outlines. The preparer is here and available to answer questions, and I also can if you have any questions.
Any questions of staff? Turn it over to the preparer. Share your name for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is George Kramer, and I prepared the nomination on behalf actually of the applicant and the state. My experience with the Liberty Theater goes back to 2015 when the Little Theater on the Bay had hired an architect who they told them that it would be cheaper to tear the building down and start over. And I had recently completed or worked on the Egyptian Theater in Coos Bay, which had been condemned, brought back to life. And so was asked to come and look at the building and say if I agreed that there was no value here. And I suggested to the city that we could rehabilitate and renovate this theater, save its history, and save them a lot of money. And Little Theater on the Bay, a private nonprofit, as Robert said, sort of jumped into that recommendation with both feet. And we came up with a multi-phase plan to approach the exterior of the building, remove things that shouldn't be here and replace them with things that should, and expand the building to the south, create additional bathrooms, additional storage space, ultimately additional practice spaces so that they can actually have a show and practice for the next one rather than using the stage we're all sitting on as the practice stage. And it has been, I believe, for both Little Theater on the Bay and for the city of North Bend, the community of North Bend, an incredibly successful series of events. They are great clients, and they have really taken this history of this theater to heart. I am here preparing this nomination, mostly because Curry asked me to. And you can't say no to Curry. And so documenting this building, it has a great history, as Robert pointed out. It really is the oldest standing theater in the South Coast region. A region that until the completion of the McCullough bridges was largely isolated from the rest of Oregon. The only way to get here was by boat. And Coos County rose to that occasion by learning how to entertain themselves. And there are huge numbers of local theaters in all of the cities of this county, and they all looked for venues, storefronts, second floors, whatever, to do that. And so you have this theater that's sort of the Moorish design of the 1924 period, designed by prominent architects Turtelot and Hummel, who incidentally, Turtelot and Hummel also designed the Idaho State Capitol. They designed the North Bend Hotel just down the block from us, the Lithia, the Ashley Springs Hotel, Douglas County Courthouse, a bunch of other buildings, this Coos Bay, the original Coos Bay City Hall. They built it in this Moorish design. B.F. Shearer was a very important, B.F. Shearer was a national theater company. Carl Berg also did the Egyptian, also did the Holly in Medford. And it worked as a theater. It was a very successful theater through World War II. After the war, the people that owned it built a larger theater that had a widescreen venue, and it sat vacant. And one of those many local theater, live performance, let's entertain ourselves, Coos County groups, the little theater on the bay, saw an opportunity with this building and rented it, and then ultimately purchased it in 1971, had the good sense to buy the block next door too. And here we are. Later, as we move through the phases on this project, soon the second floor of the addition will start construction. LTOB recently signed a contract to recreate the sign outside, the giant neon pylon sign. Marquee will come back, and in 2024, which will be the 100th birthday of this building, they will have a grand centennial celebration, and hopefully with your all support and with the support of the National Park Service, it'll be listed on the National Register by that point. So with that, I'm happy to answer whatever questions you might have for things that weren't clear in nomination or whatever else.
General questions? I got the pleasure of being the lead reviewer. Maybe not for you, because then you're gonna see all my nitty-gritty little comments, but I'll just get stronger. Very impressed. Oh, did you have a question, Gwen? Very impressed with the nomination. Overall, I agree that it holds a lot of historic integrity, obviously of place and setting and all of that. I personally felt like it needed more description of the architectural details because it's being listed. It's the A or C? C, thank you. Because there are so many features of the Moorish design, and it was described so well about the Moorish design, but the actual description of the existing building was kind of lacking in some of that detailed explanation of what those details and features are, and then related photographs of those areas. Probably easier now than while it was under exterior construction to get those photographs added into this. I just think that will help support it. I had a hard time following the organ placement stuff, and now that I see it in person, it makes more sense. But even the interior of the theater itself could use a little bit more description. Like I couldn't tell if there was even a proscenium because these organ niches were out here, out proud of that. And then now that I've been sitting on the stage for a couple hours, when was the stage extended? It's not what we're sitting on. It's not the original stage. Obviously, those changes have come as it went from a movie theater to a live production. So just some of those added details would be helpful. And otherwise, I think We didn't go to the basement on our tour. I was wondering what the basement looked like, and if there were any plans, floor plans, or we could sketch something up. Because you've got the great floor plans of the other floors, except, again, even the upper. You have a mezzanine floor, but where mezzanine continued, and then as we went up, now it's storage and the projection room area. So just noting that there are two other floors that weren't included in the floor plans that were included in this. And I think my only direct question for preparer George is, I know it's been talked about that the large neon marquee sign will be replaced, recreated, but what about the actual awning? Is that part of the plan too?
Yes. So historically, the building is in the historic photo that it was shown. They moved the theater sign over from the other Liberty, and it just had a glass on it, a very small, thin, it was probably about that tall. And then they added the pylon above that. And then in I don't remember the date, they came back and put in the big neon marquee. And so what we are actually designing, ES&A of Eugene is the contractor. LTOP is a nonprofit, money is always tight. And so we designed a 3-step sign program. And the first step would be to put up the neon pylon. The next step will essentially, it will either happen in one phase or two, will be to put the projecting marquee that is just the canopy. It was here historically. And then
the one in figure 6.
Correct, exactly that, with the little glass fins underneath.
Yes.
Very simple 1920s era lighting underneath the soffit. And then rather than doing that big, huge neon 1950s marquee, there will be a modified version of that will sit on top of the canopy. So you'll still be able to see the edge of canopy with the marquee on top of it. And so, and the idea from that is not necessarily historically accurate, but I think tells the architectural story of the building in better detail. Because the marquee that was on the building for the last, 10 years of its life, not only are they ridiculously expensive to put up, but they really, I don't think it went with the building. And so we're sort of taking the idea of that, we're putting it on the historic canopy that preceded it. And then we'll interpret that for the clientele as to what we've done, and we'll have the historic photos to show exactly. So the answer to your question, Madam Chair, is yes, the canopy will be there. There will be a marquee sitting on top of it.
Okay. Is that something we need to have documented in this? I mean, it doesn't exist yet.
You're just reviewing as current physical appearances.
Thank you for that explanation. Steve, do you have any comments about the application?
Well, the only thing that kind of gradually the way that could be improved is that I've never been a believer in trying to tell a story too much with quotes. I think just it's interpreted and maybe quotes are great for spice, but maybe not so much on it just seems like it's too much from the point where sentences were sort of hooked together. So that's just my and it's interesting that we talked about this marquee. The more I look at it, this is figure 11. Looks like somebody took it off a drive-in and decided. I don't know if that actually happened.
No, it didn't. And actually we can talk about the marquee and the signage as much as you like, but they modified, if you look at figure 10, you will see that they sort of, so the figure 10 is called a dog boat. They clipped the bottom and then because they didn't have enough height. And as far as I know, they did not get the marquee from some other location and use it, but it does sort of have that look to it. Yeah. It certainly didn't fit. And so they had to chop the pylon to make it work.
Knowing small town Oregon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and the owners of this theater own numerous theaters. And so we have pictures of New Marquee and, Liberty. I can't imagine they've been salvaged. Well,
and figure 9 certainly is interesting. I'm not sure if there's really one to bring that back, but it has that kind of.
There would be me.
Yeah, fantasy.
The painted murals. Yeah. And we have not got. So the Liberty is an unusual theater restoration. I've done any number of theater restorations other than COVID, they have been actively putting on shows through this entire process. And so normally when you work on a theater, it's been abandoned for any, you bring it back. And so dealing with the murals and even the stage treatments and the proscenium and the other things that have been mentioned, when you have live shows going on all the time, is a real challenge. And so I would love to see some of these murals and paintings come back, but how we do that logistically is I don't know. They were very this kind of works. So when the National Theater Company, B.F. Shearer and Company were hired, they had teams of itinerant designers that would come to a town and do all of this stuff in a very short period and then move on and do the other. Shearer, who designed the Holly in Medford, the CF, it was his 100th theater that he alone had done. And so you just have, well, let's do Venetian. How about Moorish? That would be fun. And they just made stuff up.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of these revivals are pretty famous.
That's totally, yeah. I mean, yeah, this is not, old Spain. No, not, of course not. So, but yes, I, who knows, down the road, maybe something like that. The ceiling needs to be done and these pictures to be done.
No, I'd say overall description is very succinct. That was my own.
Thank you. Thanks, and the people shepherding this through. It's great project. Ron, I quotes. Where are you? We're not in Medford. No, we are not. The typo on page. Good point. Thank you. So think of all of the eyes that looked at that mark and.
He just zeroed in on Medford.
Yeah. I got that on page 28, I think, yes, 28. The map is mislabeled. An obvious boilerplate error. Thank you. That's it. That's an easy way to fix, yeah.
Jackie? I don't have much to add, and I just wanted to say I enjoyed the tour, and this seems like a great project, and I like that the Little Theater on the Bay has really taken this project on and has done all the work in a very with sensitivity towards the historic nature of it. So. John?
Yeah, I appreciated all of the historic photos and the progression and even showing some of the construction work. That was great. The Dow Beckham here, this is Stephen and the references. I think so. I didn't realize he had written a book on theaters.
It's his father.
It's his dad?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's a whole thing. one more reference I might add, and only because I saw it recently and I saw many members of the Oregon State Park staff on the cover of the Restore Oregon a few magazines ago, maybe 2 or 3, I think. And it was the Historic Theater initiative across the state, and there was a little bit on Liberty Theater. So that would be nice since it was a cover story. And I think that's all I've got.
Right, it was one of the endangered places. wasn't
Yeah.
I don't think this was, I think the Egyptian was. Yeah.
it? Okay.
And I believe, sir, that the photo you're talking about was taken at the dome setting across the way of all of, I think Robert was in it, and Curry, you were there too, weren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely saw Robin Curry, and I'm not sure there's anyone else I recognize. I think you're in it, George. Wait, who else was in it? Yeah. Yeah. I saw you in it. I don't know if anyone else sitting there.
And a bunch of folks from LTOB who are sitting up in the lobby watching this on video. So.
Okay.
All right, Julie.
I have nothing to add. I'm sorry I could not be there to see it today. I would have loved that. So next time I'm in the area, I'll have to stop by. Thanks.
And Gwen?
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm couldn't be there either because of what we're doing on this end of the state. And I do have a comment in regards to, I love, again, it's the construction and all the work around that. I'm all in. I think that's so amazing. But we're looking at statement of significance under a property that is associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. And so I know that many theaters didn't allow Native and Black people to be in their theaters. In fact, we just came back from Coos as a Coos Bay area as a group. And so there's this really strong connection to the original folks before colonization were there. And I didn't detect any context to access for that. And I know that they just put up a marker in one of the towns nearby of a Black man that was hung in that area. And so, and I know that, I mean, even downtown Seattle had a third level of theaters that Black people had to go in the alley to view. So, and I understand that I'm in a space where I am a minority, which is, it is what it is, but it's so important that we infuse the complete history of that. Were Black and Native people allowed to be in that space? Were they just allowed to sit next to each other? I don't think so, historically, but it would be really fruitful for telling a complete American narrative about Oregon to have that included in the telling of the story.
I don't know the answer to that question. And it's a good question.
Yes.
So we'll ask and see if we can find that out. I do know that the tribe here in Coos Bay has been supportive of this project, and maybe the tribal, they would have information about how Natives or African Americans were treated at this theater or at any of these theaters during the historic period. But I don't know the answer to that question. It's a good question.
It is, and you'll probably find that information more from the dominant culture as well. Because maybe it's word of mouth that it maybe not be written down, but there certainly was some restrictions. And that's part of our Oregon narrative, that it's important to lift up all the voices and all the history in a good way that we understand.
The event is 1902. Alonzo Tucker was lynched in Coos Bay in 1902, and that marked, as I understand the story, that was when the African American population of this town was like run out of town. But so that was 20 years before this theater was built. But then in terms of indigenous presence, there were Coos people living right in Coos Bay through the night, Deluse Jackson and others. And there's a gravestone in that cemetery or the one in Empire that says so-and-so is certainly a good Indian now. So, right, from that same era when this theater was built, basically.
Yeah, and 20 years in the course of Oregon history is not very long. So there's gonna be more information, and relationships are funny in our past. And my dad was born in 1904. And he had a cross burn in his yard in rural Oregon with our family. So Oregon history is got a lot involved in it. But I think with this story of when you're having that criteria of our history, when you say our history, it should be an inclusive our. That's my point I'm making, is let's at least dig into it and be thorough in those spaces. And I so appreciate the work that you've done on this nomination. I absolutely love everything about architecture, and I love everything about where I live too. So it would be really great to bring up the good, the bad, and the ugly. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen? I'll just conclude this discussion as I warned you, I have comments and I will send via Robert over here. But I do believe that, the case has been well put for the criteria for events that contributed to the broad patterns of some of our history. And I would also like to see a little bit more about the Native tribes' influence or non-influence to this theater. Even if they didn't have influence, to just kind of touch on that a little bit. And then I think we all agree it's well documented about criteria C, its distinctive characteristics of this Moorish design. And I didn't know if we wanted to call it Moorish revival. I know there were different ways of saying Moorish inspired, neo-Moorish, just which way we want to call it. If there's a statewide way that we like to call it, most styles are such and such revival. So instead of Moorish inspired, do we just be consistent and call it Moorish revival throughout the nomination? Just something for consideration. So I would like to, I know I'm serving as chair, but can I still make a motion today, or do I need somebody else to do it? Okay.
Okay, I'll move that we recommend that this nomination be submitted to the keeper of the National Register.
Can I second it? Yeah. I'm so excited. I can second it. Okay. Any discussion?
Well, I did that fast again, but assuming a couple of these discussions go into it and typos and stuff.
I also want to ask that with a friendly amendment that the work is done around the tribes and the African American people that lived and contributed to the communities in that area. They were, I don't know, allowed to sit in the seats and to be a part of and their contribution. And I'm sure that that's out there.
Thank you, Gwen. So friendly amendment, which I think you were alluding to.
Yeah.
I'll second that. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No opposition? Okay. Fantastic.
You want me to send this on the agenda? What? Anything? I'm tired. My question is.
I can't hear the response from, I don't know if anyone else online can hear it, but I can't hear. It's very garbled, so I'm not the only one.
They're mumbling amongst themselves over there.
Okay.
Mark wants to share some references.
Mark wants to share some references and George said yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other business that we need to discuss today?
I don't have anything else on the.
Okay, there's nothing else on the agenda.
That was,
So would anybody like to make a final motion of this meeting today?
I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn.
Gwen made a motion to adjourn.
second.
Mark has second. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Want to stay here? Freezing cold stage. Okay, thank you.
Gavel.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Robert, I'll clean up my comments.
Okay. Thanks for.
Yeah.
Didn't see Kurt, I just saw that thing coming down. Sorry, I'm like the corner of my eye. Yes, I was. Yeah.
I've got more, but it's just so lost. But that's pretty much.
Okay, great, thank you.
But I can.
Okay. Perfect.